No better time to buy and no better time to make a change if you're not completely happy with your current advisor. Warren Buffett is arguably the best investor in history. His advice to us: be greedy when others are fearful. If you're a long-term investor, the best time to invest is now, especially now as things are on sale. There are few guarantees I can make when it comes to the stock market, but one thing I can guarantee is it's better to buy low. If your advisor hasn't taken proactive measures or is too busy for you hiding under their desk, call Trajan today at 720-405-3300 or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Financial advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Do you feel like your feet are stepping on broken glass? Sharp pain or tingling in the feet or hands are symptoms of peripheral neuropathy. Are you taking drugs like Lyrica or gabapentin, but they never seem to fix your neuropathy? Are you worried about their side effects? There's a better way. Front Range Medical Center can help. Peripheral neuropathy is a result of damage to the nerves causing burning, weakness, pain, numbness, tingling, and debilitating balance problems. Front Range Medical Center can relieve you from neuropathy with no injections and no drugs, using the newest, most advanced treatment. You can start feeling relief in only a few sessions. Call Dr. Dean Anderson, D.C. at Front Range Medical now for a consultation and exam to see if your neuropathy can be treated. He'll provide a painless neuropathy severity exam, normally $200 for just $27. Take action before your neuropathy gets worse. Call Dr. Dean Anderson, D.C. at Front Range Medical at 720-823-0784. That's 720-823-0784.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Martin Hoke, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Tara, quote, "My doctor wanted me to do saline rinses for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use a neti pot. Navage uses suction power, so it's foolproof. There are nights when I'll have particularly bothersome allergies. I'll bust it out, and the results are immediate. It's such a relief. It's become a lifesaver." Unquote. She's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution.
So, do I think I can talk to you guys all by myself now?
CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Plenty of sunshine for your Tuesday, but we are looking at breezy conditions. Temperatures stay in the upper 40s. Snow arrives tonight and lasts all throughout the day on Wednesday. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Verse.
Doesn't it seem these days everywhere you look there's a drag queen? This week on Red Pilled America, we ask the question, why are drag queens so popular? Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app or anywhere you get podcasts. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Available everywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
There's confusion over an investigation into the Uvalde school shooting. An independent review of police has been canceled. However, the interim school superintendent says it was never authorized in the first place. No agreement was made, even though the school district previously boasted about the investigation. Instead, the district is relying on 4 other reviews, including one being done by the Department of Justice. The governor of Texas is telling state agencies and public universities to stop using diversity initiatives when it comes to hiring new workers. That's not sitting well with black Democrats who call it a cheap political stunt.
He's using us as pawns for his political base. He does not reflect the values of this state.
State Representative Ron Reynolds says these equity programs aren't hostile to Anglos, as the governor suggested. He adds diversity is what businesses and workers want. Charges are pending against a man who police accused of going off-road with a truck ramming into people in New York City yesterday. Scott Pringle reports.
Suspect Wang Suo reportedly told police he wanted to die and that he runs over bad people, not good people. A motive is still unclear here, but police do not believe a terrorism-related ideology is behind this. Residents and workers in Brooklyn near where it happened Monday cannot believe it.
It was nuts, no stopping, no red lights for him. It was shocking.
One of our drivers escaped. That was the driver that jumped from the sidewalk.
Soar allegedly took a rental U-Haul onto sidewalks and bike paths in Bay Ridge and Sunset Park, hitting at least 8 people, killing one of them. He has previous arrests in Nevada and reportedly has a mental illness.
A San Francisco-bound United Airlines flight was within less than 775 feet from plunging into the Pacific Ocean late last year. That's according to a new report in Air Current, which was confirmed by United Airlines. The plane reportedly took a steep dive after departing from Maui on December 18th of last year. Coca-Cola's fourth quarter revenue is beating Wall Street estimates. The beverage giant this morning reported revenue of $10.13 billion for the last 3 months of 2022. Analysts expected just over $10 billion. I'm Lisa Taylor.
When you were a little kid and you thought about what you wanted to be, teaching was at the top of your list. But things changed. And as you got older, teaching didn't seem like the best option anymore. So you're thinking you'll be something else. But what would your 12-year-old self say? Now you want to be a doctor. You don't think teachers save lives? 25 at a time. An actress? Try playing a different role every time the bell rings. How about a scientist? Ever heard of physics? Chemistry? Who do you think teaches that? Teachers today are breaking down obstacles, finding innovative ways to instill old lessons, and taking learning far beyond the four walls of the classroom. It's time to recognize that great things are happening in teaching.
K-How News Time, 10:03.
A new report from the Common Sense Institute analyzes Denver's increasing crime rate. In 2022, crime in the city was up 43% from 2019 and 75% higher than 2018. The report also looked at crime in individual city council districts, with District 9 far outpacing the rest of the city. Common Sense Institute fellow and former DA Mitch Morrissey.
It's 9% of the population, but 20% of the crime. Something needs to be done in House District 9.
The Denver neighborhood with the most number of crimes in 2022 was 5 points. The least was Welsher. A bill that would require new public buildings in Colorado to have gender-neutral bathrooms is moving forward in the General Assembly. A House committee approved the measure yesterday. It would require a gender-neutral bathroom in all state, county, and city buildings built after January 1st of 2024, and any public buildings that undergo restroom renovations costing more than $10,000 would.
So let's just see how solid this is this morning. Good morning, YouTubers. How are you all?
Valentine's Day morning driving throughout the Denver metro. No major complaints out there. I-25 southbound showing speeds in the 40s and 50s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. Just south of there, 6th Avenue eastbound, normal congestion on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Heading up to the Commerce City area, I-270 westbound, slow traffic approaching Vasquez. And I-70 east and westbound, otherwise flowing free to and from DIA. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, warm this afternoon with highs in the upper 40s. Clouds rolling in for snow tonight, overnight low of 15. Tomorrow, high of only 21 degrees. The current temperature in Denver is 47 with your impact traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Jackson Hewitt gets you your biggest tax refund guaranteed, plus a chance to double your refund or win weekly prizes with their Double Your Refund sweepstakes. File your taxes on the double. No purchase necessary. U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Ends 4/2/23.
Meet Mike Lester, host of Guarding Your Nest Egg Radio.
Hearing from people that their advisors have just told them to hang in there, or their advisors go, hey, I know things have been tough. Why don't we just move you over to this annuity? That is not active management of portfolios. That's when things get tough, you just push your client to something that pays you a commission. We care about our clients. We care about our listeners. Information is power. And if you have more information, you'll be able to make informed decisions.
Visit guardingyournestegg.com.
Window coverings are the frosting on the cake. You need trusted experts to assure quality and design. You want dependable service, reliable warranties, and value pricing. You get all of that with the company Made in the Shade. Family owned and operated, all major brands, draperies, shades, high-tech options, even exterior rolling shutters. Serving South Metro Denver to Castle Rock. 720-458-6566. Or simply Google Made in the Shade.
Inflation Salvation. Keep listening every weekday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. for your chance to win $1,000. Just listen for the hourly keyword, then enter it at khow.com.
I'm on it every hour. It was so easy.
Thank you so much. Sponsored by Guy Rees.
Brighten your home and save 10% on Benjamin Moore paint by joining the Guy Rees loyalty program. Stop by a store or go to GUIRYS.com to sign up today. Guy Rees, your neighborhood paint store since 1899.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, Bills. That's Bills. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation Salvation on
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by Water Pros. We got a very special for Water Pros. If you get a whole house water conditioner, by the way, that's under $2,000 fully installed, thousands cheaper than any plumber anywhere. If you get this system, then you can get a water system installed at your sink for half price. Now, it's usually just $900 or $950 or something, under $1,000. That will be half price. So you can get both systems at screaming deals, waterpros.net. Now, we have a guest today, Larson Tax Relief, to talk about taxes. But right up front here, I want to take someone very special. We have been hearing about devastating news every morning. I listen to the Today Show and I listen to radio reports and NPR and everywhere else. And my God, you can't even imagine the misery. I'm ashamed of myself sometimes because I turn away from the coverage as if that's going to help. I mean, I'm thinking to myself, how can this be? And I'm looking at coverage of the earthquake. We have a local connection to that I want to share with you because perhaps there's something you can do to help. But, I mean, did you see the ones where they uncover a little baby who's unconscious and then the baby starts crying and that baby's been there for a day or two and they're pulling out people that have been stuck for 4 days or 5 days? The devastation is unimaginable, but the pain, I can't even imagine the pain. And you want to do something, well, what do? You don't know what to do. We have an organization, actually with roots, started here in Denver, 1987, I believe. What they did, and I believe it was Doug's father that did it, Dr. Doug Jackson is now in charge of the place, and I think his dad started this, and he started seeing, supplies at hospitals, some of them going unused and surplus, and started gathering them and then delivering them around the world where they're needed, and became, I would say, a world known, 135 countries or more, giving aid in all kinds of medical supplies. And then, of course, they go where the help is needed, and never was there more help needed than now with the earthquake. By the way, they did a lot during COVID as well. But I want to bring up Dr. Doug Jackson right now. He is with us just for a few minutes. Project Cure. And I'm going to give out their contact information. Doug, before you start, can I ask you something? How old were you when your dad started this?
Oh, gosh, I would have been probably in my
late 20s, early 30s. He started in '87, so I'm not doing very quick math today, Tom. But
yeah. But
yeah.
you grew up in it. You grew up in it.
Yeah, sort of. It's interesting because when I was a little kid, my dad moved here and did a couple of little development projects west of town called Winter Park and Vale.
Yeah.
And that was in the late '60s and early '70s, and he made an obscene amount of money,
right?
And then figured out that you can be rich and not necessarily happy. In fact, there's no correlation. I know rich people who are happy. I know rich people who are miserable. I know poor people who are happy. I know poor people who are miserable. It's just not going to change your life. And so he and my mom, that old song about Luke and Ba, Texas, and baby, let's sell your diamond rings and buy some boots and faded jeans. They sold all the stuff that they had, and they started a foundation with their money. And it was out of that my dad was doing economic consulting in Brazil. And his interpreter was a medical student, and she took him to a favela clinic, and there was nothing in it. And that really moved my dad to come back and start Project Cure out of his garage in Evergreen. I was off. I went to law school. I was practicing as an in-house attorney at a big manufacturing company in the Midwest, and went on to get a PhD in finance because I thought I wanted to do hedge funds. And my dad told me one day, he said, I could use some help. And I said, well, I'll come help you for 6 months. And that was 25 years ago.
So Doug, your dad, well, didn't he write a book or two? Or three, maybe?
Yeah, crazy thing. He's written 17 books since the age of 70. I mean, the guy's just prolific. He's still living in the same house in Evergreen that we lived in when I was 10. And he wrote a book called The Happiest Man in the World. And it was really the book about how he started Project Cure and records the trips that he did early on. And, 87 was a crazy time.
I remember he said he was really happy when he made money, but did not realize how much more happy he was when he gave it all away. That is amazing.
Well, we've all got something to give, and that's really the thing about it. We've got 35,000 volunteers now at Project Cure, and that's across 7 cities in the United States. But, there's people that come down to volunteer with us, and they got money, and there's people who don't. And it doesn't really matter because everybody shows up and they've got something to give.
I want to know what you're doing. I want to know what you guys are doing with the earthquake now in Turkey and Syria. First of all, do you get into Syria? I know you guys are borderless and aren't affected too much by hostile governments, or are you in this case?
Well, we were doing a lot of work during the war, which is really tragic. There's a group called the Syrian American Medical Society, SAMS, and I was working with a doctor there, and they were down to one pediatrician left in Aleppo, and we were trying to build underground hospitals, and they were bunker bustering these hospitals, destroying them from the air, so we were still smuggling stuff into Syria with the help of some pretty brave people, and the Russians' drone strike killed that doctor, and he was the last doctor left in Aleppo. And it was kind of the last little bit that we could do in Syria because we just didn't have the people on the ground to deliver the health care. And so, we kind of went dark a little bit in Syria. There was still some partners that we could get stuff outside the country, and they could get it in little cars and vans. But this is a little bit different. Ironically, we're going back. I was in Turkey in 1999. That was the last big earthquake that they had like this.
So are you guys right now, you are there helping with Project Cure?
Yeah, we're shipping. In fact, this is a crazy story. We were going to ship, we had 200 emergency relief beds. The Stryker gave us 25,000 of these beds, right? Brand new beds, brand new mattresses. We shipped a bunch of these to Turkey, and they were supposed to have arrived like a month and a half, 2 months ago. They got stuck in England in a port, and we were fighting, trying to get them out. This is just what we do every day. They got released. Tom, guess when they arrived in Turkey?
I'm guessing right around the earthquake time.
Monday. the same day that the earthquake happened, they arrived. And it's just, this happens all the time with us. And people are like, well, how do you know? And the answer is, we don't. We just, keep showing up. And it turns out that we were there at the right time. And that,
Yeah.
At some point, you got to look at that stuff and say it's just not coincidence.
That's right. It's just not coincidence. And by the way, you and I can agree on that. And here's the deal. You guys are helping. You helped in the Ukraine as well during the war. I want to know, what can we do to help Project Cure here in Denver? I'm sure there are a lot of people who watch TV and say, I want to do something. So what can we do to help?
Well, we spend 3 plates at a time, right? So one of those is the volunteers that I talked about. We've got about 6,000-7,000 people in Denver that come to our warehouse. We're down sort of off of I-25 and Dry Creek, kind of sort of halfway between Maggiano's and Topgolf.
Okay.
We're right in there. Big warehouse that we operate here. So volunteers is one plate. Money is another plate. We get all of the product donated to us, and so we turn around and we donate that product to somebody else. So the money we collect pays for the shipping and the warehousing and all the stuff that the money we have to spend to get it there. And then the what we call gifting kind, the products, right? And you think about this, I tell my friends, I say, I bet you that if you go to any garage sale on a Saturday, in this town there's a pair of crutches in the back of that garage. Because we're always messing up on the ski slopes, we crash our bikes.
Right.
We're crazy people out here because we live outdoors and we have fun. Those boots and when grandma passes away, what do you do with all that stuff? They're listening to your show right now that are working in hospitals, they're working in doctors' offices, they're working in ambulatory surgical centers. And I'm guessing that there's a pile of stuff sitting in the corner, and they're like, what do we do with all this stuff? It's brand new.
Like wheelchairs, walkers, crutches, any kind of unused medical stuff or used, I'm saying, as far as durable stuff, and also money and also volunteering. Now, projectcure.org, they can find out more information.
Absolutely.
And the phone number, I can give out the phone number, right? 303 792 0729. And the reason I'm doing this, of course, is because we all have that feeling. We have to do something. And you guys do it all the time. It's not just this earthquake. It's not just the war of Ukraine. It's not just it's not just COVID. It's every single day.
Right. Well, yeah, most of our work actually is done around this thing called poverty, right? And the fact that half the world's population will work 12 hours and they'll make less than $5. In some countries, at the beginning of this time last year, there wasn't a war in Ukraine yet. We were completely focused on the war in Ethiopia. There's 500,000 people who have been killed and displaced in the northern part of Ethiopia.
God.
We don't even talk about it, right? And so we were shipping stuff to Ethiopia, but you still have got people, in Oaxaca, Mexico. There's people in Guatemala. There's people in Panama and El Salvador. Venezuela, we don't talk about that one anymore, but it's not like it got better. It's really bad. Cuba is bad, and we work in Cuba.
And you want to talk about love, you want to talk about inclusivity, you want to talk about faith, you want to talk about diversity, you want to talk about that. Project Cure embodies it all. Everything. And I've never seen an organization that does it all. And Doug, thank you so much, really, for being here. And any time I can put out the word for you, I will do it. And I hope people take us up on it, even volunteering. You feel like you're doing something, and you are, actually. ProjectCure.org, 303-792-0729. Dr. Doug Jackson, thank you. I have to run, and man, you're welcome anytime for any announcements, for anything you guys need. More coming right up.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. When the prospect of divorce becomes a reality, you need a partner that you can count on. If you're a man in this situation, consider contacting Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men navigate complex legal matters for 30 years.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell.
Here you go. You ready for Joe?
Men can count on. 8101 East Prentice Avenue, Suite 475, Greenwood Village, Colorado, 80111. Online at CordellCordell.com.
By the way, I don't want to get sidetracked too much, but Joe Chiano is on, and he will never tell you this, but Joe, let me tell you, he and his family do a lot of stuff for people, and Joe, we do appreciate that. By the way, he's a financial advisor, and most people believe that financial planning is just too complicated, or they think someone's trying to sell you something, or there's an angle to it. But Joe, tell me in a nutshell, why are you different at mymoneymyway.com?
Well, Tom, you're absolutely right. Our approach is totally different. We believe in three things: simplicity, clarity, and certainty. It's simplicity by not inundating the consumers with financial jargon that they don't understand, or giving them options for products that are so difficult to really understand. We don't believe in that. Our products are very simple to understand, and our process is very, very simple. Clarity means that we communicate with consumers in a clear, concise way to address their needs and objectives that they have in the future. We don't have, complicated financial plans that people get lost. When you hand somebody a notebook with 300 pages of financial planning material, you know what they're going to do with it, Tom? They're going to put it aside and they'll never look at it. This is a waste of time and money, and we believe in certainty. Our products, our approach will give consumers total certainty, because with the Become the Banker and also the annuity that we are talking about, they never lose any money.
Yeah.
They can only make money.
And here's what I want to tell people. Not only that, everything is put in writing. You are guaranteed a return. You're guaranteed not to lose. You're guaranteed never to lose any of your gains. It is an amazing program. MyMoneyMyWay.com, 303-779-6600. All right.
Sorry, I didn't hear you say Frank.
Anxiety, trauma, or addiction.
You know what?
Take
I didn't
your
see it there
future from
until
you.
just now.
At the Raleigh
It's my fault.
Team.
That's okay. Hey, worse things have happened. Did you know that? Like earthquakes and planes going down?
Can I do it right now?
Oh, yeah. Here you go.
Thank you.
15 away.
Sorry.
The Raleigh House can create a treatment plan that works for you. This is your time. Take it. If you or someone you love is suffering, call 720-797-8717. The Raleigh House is here to help.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. If you're wondering, what will my house sell for in this market? He'll take a look at your house, your specific house, comparables like it, like the neighborhood, supply and demand, inflation, interest rates, and then he'll see what it will sell for based on his vast experience of 30 years and the fact that he sells more homes than anyone. And he knows what he can get. He knows what he can do, and he'll share that with you free of charge, no obligation ever. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
It's Jesse Kelly.
Thank you.
Project Cure Man.
The Will to Live?
Well, his dad was such a heavyweight. Holy.
He knows it's open.
Who's he?
Khalid.
Oh.
What, you talking about this input right here? Shannon?
How may I help you?
I was just making sure that we're on the same channel and that I'm just not screaming into the air.
We may be on the same channel, but it's definitely two different networks, man.
What happened? What happened? What was that swishing sound that started when he was talking, then went away?
Is he not in an earthquake zone?
Yeah, he is. Okay.
All right.
Okay, could that have been it?
I don't know. I was thinking maybe the Air Force shot something down while he was on, and that cleared up the signal.
No, YouTube said that they didn't. That that they were listening. The Deputy Dollar was on iHeart, and he said it was clear. iHeart was clear, so it was just right here local, I think.
So it's just on the radio? It wasn't on the stream?
Just in the room.
Oh, was it on the radio?
I don't know if it was on
Just
air.
on the radio feed, not on the stream?
The whole
It
thing
was.
is
Are
crazy.
you Kelly? Are you saying it was on the radio
we just heard
stream?
it in the room, and then it cleared up suddenly. All right.
Okay.
This has been awesome. Stand by.
Protecting minors from gender surgeries. Listen to The Truth with Lisa Booth every Monday and Thursday. You can listen throughout the week on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Troy has a comment on CenturyLink. Now, I'm not sure where this comment's coming from. We haven't taken any calls on CenturyLink, but go ahead, Troy. You got an observation or a gripe? Go ahead. Troy? Yes, sir.
Okay, do you hear me?
I sure can. Let's talk about CenturyLink.
Okay, yeah, I was trying to get fiber installed in my house a couple of weeks ago. I have a pole in my backyard that was being hooked up to my neighbors, and I was out of range, so they were having a problem.
Hey, wait a minute. Did you call on this once before?
I did, yeah, and I was calling to say thank you because everything is scheduled, and I've got an appointment scheduled for next Monday to get fiber installed.
Right.
So I just wanted to
I want to explain to people. That's why I recognize your name, because you had called, and what was really silly is fiber went right through your backyard, and they said you were out of range. And you said, wait a minute, it's in my easement. So we had somebody go to work on that with our angel over at CenturyLink, and they actually did something. I mean, we found it to be let's see, who worked on it? Sue's worked on it. So she gave it to our angel at CenturyLink, and we're good. We're finally, you called February 1st, I believe.
That sounds right, yeah.
So when is it scheduled to go in?
It's scheduled to go in next Monday on the 20th.
Well, that's great. You know, I love it when a plan comes together, as they used to say on the A-Team. And, of course, there's nobody probably even young enough to – all the young people saying, what the hell's the A-Team? Anyway, so thank you, though, for letting us know this. We really do appreciate it. No fooling. And we will make sure that we get the dinger now, because I get to do my own dinger. See, hey, man, come on. That's not fair, especially on Valentine's Day when a guy wants to do his own dinger and you beat him to it. Here, I got a special dinger. Here it is. I like mine. So from now on, Shannon, I'm going to put this politely. Keep your hands off my dinger.
That's
all right?
horrifying.
I know. All right. So let's keep going here. Anyway, Monty has a problem with rat infestation. Monty, I hope this is not real. Now, by the way, there are covenants or laws of habitability, and they cover basic safety and, privacy issues, like if there's a lock on the door or not. That's considered safety and privacy and health. Rats have not been covered, believe it or not, unless it's severe. Now, Monty, what's going on?
Pretty much what you said. I found out from a previous tenant on the third level, because it's a 3-level apartment. I'm on the bottom level, that he had a gang of rats upstairs where he was. But most of those people up there, along with him, have cats and dogs. Because
hey, Monty, how long have you lived there?
10 years.
Wait a minute. So you never had a problem before?
Not this problem. Not rat problem, no.
Well, how did it happen all of a sudden?
Don't know. I mean, like I said, I got a message in January on an email from a friend upstairs, and then I noticed one in the laundry room a week ago. And then about last Friday is when I noticed 2 or 3 of them in my kitchen.
Oh, my
night.
God. Wait a minute. You're not talking mice. You're talking 2 or 3 rats?
Yeah. I don't know the difference between the two. Maybe they are mice.
Well, there's a
they
big
look like
difference
rats.
between a rat and a mouse. Let me explain it. Really, seriously now. First of all, rats are darker in color, longer and bigger, and have a longer tail. And they're about, the smallest rat would be, if you held out your hand, would fit on your hand, but not substantially smaller than your hand.
Mm-hmm.
And a mouse would fit in the palm of your hand.
Well,
Only
these
in
are not necessarily very big, so I don't know. Maybe it's a mice. I don't know.
That's
I'm
what it
just
sounds
really
like to
starting
me.
learn about these
But I
things.
want to ask you, have you had demolition anywhere in your neighborhood? Because there's a lot of demolition going on in Denver. Have you had any demolition?
Not to my knowledge, but I know that we do have a lot of, not a lot, but our share of encampments around the area, and then they move them out, and then they find somewhere else closer and stuff like that. And I heard that might be another issue.
How can
too
we
as well.
help you, Monty? We would be happy to call management or landlords and
That
start.
would be fantastic.
Yeah. Let's give this. Who would be good at dealing with this? You know what? Let's do our own in-house rat. Oh no, now I can't give it to somebody. No, I'm just kidding. How about seriously? Deputy Dollar has dealt with rentals and management. I think we should have him call over and just say, look, we're hearing about this mouse. I don't know. Can we? Let's just, what do we call it? Rodent. How about if we call them rodents? Rodent infestation.
Yeah, rodent.
And then see what happens. I'm sure Deputy Dollar can make a call or two. And no, he's not our in-house rat. I was just kidding around. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Monty, hang on and let's get that information from you. Steve Sizik is with Larson Tax Relief. Now, he's an attorney in his own right, and he's not here to give you legal advice, but he has dealt with the IRS a lot. And for a while, Steve, is it accurate to say that the IRS was leaving us alone? Business at Larson was slow and really all over when it came to taxes, right? For during the pandemic?
Yeah, during the pandemic.
What did they do? Did they let go because the IRS let go because they weren't working, or did they let go for mercy, or what? What was the deal?
Not mercy at all. No, they shut down all their district offices. They sent everybody home, just like most.
So there were
people
no
did.
audits, nothing going on.
Yeah, I mean, you had some people that could answer the phones remotely, but not very many.
So when they got back, did they get back with a vengeance, or did they just get back to normal?
It's been a slow trickle at best, and then everybody's heard about the 80,000 people they're trying to hire
Right.
and all the rest. So
did they hire them yet?
No.
Okay,
They're
but
working
we
on it,
also heard
I
about
understand.
them examining transactions over 600 and all that. Has that gone into effect, actually?
That actually was supposed to go into effect for this tax season. They pushed it out.
But they're really going to start looking at everything we do.
Oh yeah, no, and the thought is that who deposits more than $600 in cash often in the bank without having an income event associated with that, and I think that I guess in theory makes sense, but that's going to create a lot of paperwork, and people really need to be minding their P's and Q's with respect to what they're depositing and how they're tracking it.
All right, we're going to talk more on taxes and the disadvantages or advantages it has for the country or for us. Trust me when I tell you, it's not going to be a great deal. But I'll tell you what is a great deal. Listen to this. 888heating.com. Now you listen carefully. Will find, fix, or free any problem with a furnace for $288. So if you have a problem with your furnace, you get someone out for $288. That includes parts and labor and a complete fix, or it's free. So when would it be free? It would be free, for example, if they come out and you need a whole new furnace. They're not going to do it for $288. But you got the call free. It didn't cost you anything to find out what's wrong. So no matter what, you can't go wrong. Either get a complete fix for $288 with parts and a guarantee, or it's free. That's 888 Heating. So it's find, fix, or free for anything on the furnace for $288. And the number is 303-770-2776.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Pretty easy driving throughout the Denver Metro with a couple slow spots out there south of downtown 6th Avenue eastbound.
Wow.
Heading to the northeast end of town, I-76 eastbound at 96, the crash in the right lane with stop and go back from 88th. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, it's a warmer one out there this afternoon, mostly cloudy skies with highs pushing the 50-degree mark. However, those clouds rolling in are coming with that ominous threat of snow. We've got an overnight low of 15 degrees, 90% chance of snow showers tomorrow morning. The current temperature is 48. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 K-House.
Doesn't it seem these days, everywhere you look, there's a drag queen? This week on Red Pilled America, we ask the question,
here you go.
Popular. Listen to Red Pilled America.
David Ellis Jewelry will buy your scrap jewelry, the old junk, the tangled messes, mismatched earrings, coin collections, broken watches. He'll weigh it and pay it, but he'll also buy used jewelry or antique or vintage jewelry. He'll give you a good price. You know what you do? Call him if you have any doubts or go see him 3rd and Clayton. It's a name we've trusted for 30 years. Plus, hey, it's Valentine's Day. Maybe you want to get over there today and buy something, huh? Get off your duff. That's DavidEllisJewelry.com, 303-322-8779. Reverse loans are not for everyone, but let me explain one of the benefits you have with their interest rates the way they are, honest to goodness. See, you don't have to make payments, so it's not going to affect your payment. But if you get a line of credit for emergencies, it will grow by 7% a year right now while interest rates are here. Now, when rates go down, it goes down. When rates go up, it goes up. But here's the point. It keeps growing. And when you acquire that line of credit and it grows, they can never take it away no matter what your house value does. So you could theoretically borrow money and have $100,000 more in 10 years to borrow against, and they can't take it away. And find out more, empowerreverse.com. If you're thinking about getting rid of that house payment, need an emergency line of credit, 720-500-7719, 720-500-7719, empowerreverse.com.
Are you
right now? 303.
Yeah, so they get these. I got called, from my firm. Say, you qualify for all these credits. I'm like, you even know who you're talking to?
I want to talk about it because are they scams?
It could be, yeah.
They're tax credits?
They're credits, yeah. So you file your amended, essentially your 941, which is withholding return, and the IRS will then just send the refund without doing any, or they used to, without doing any sort of due diligence. People are getting hundreds of thousands of dollars in just money back from the IRS, and they're just applying it. For my clients, they're applying it towards their debt, but other people are just getting checks. And these companies that were hitting them up, like, we'll take 20%. We'll file these returns for you, and we'll take 20%.
I've seen some of those ads.
Yeah, and if and the IRS now is coming back saying,
and all you have to claim is that you're using the money to keep people on.
There's like this bulleted list of things that these factors you have to meet, but these companies weren't even looking at it. And they're just like, all right, we'll just file these returns. We're going to take our 20%. Guess what happens when the IRS audits them?
Hi, is this Sherry?
Those guys are in the Caymans, with their.
Hi, Sherry. My name's Kelly. I'm calling from the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show.
I'm going to be busy. it's going to be a mess.
Holy crap.
Yeah, it's bad. Okay. Oh, did you? Oh, good.
So that'll just be.
Oh no. That's the worst. Yeah, hopefully it'll be okay. The multiple I got a bad knee, so I've had multiple surgeries. Just same thing, doing something stupid.
Yep.
Doing, it's only my fault. Hate it.
Okay, hang on for me, and Tom will be with you as soon as he can, okay? Hang on for me.
Got my favorite carpenter contractor running around here.
Okie dokie.
It's the new way to home.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. Give us a call and let's do what we can do. Okay, here's the deal. I want to talk to Steve Sizik with Larson Tax Relief, and I'm going to go to your calls first, but he's got a lot to talk about as to why people are getting in trouble, and some of it has to do with COVID. So stay tuned for that. Sherry, though, she wants to talk about Liberty Mutual and a car accident. So let's talk to Sherry. Sherry, what's going on with you?
Hi. I'm calling from Massachusetts, actually.
Okay, well, welcome. Okay. What's happening?
In 2021, we were in a car accident. Actually, it wasn't a car accident we were in. We were out. The car was outside our house, and a kid hit us and totaled our car. And what happened was that the kid was actually able to walk away, no problem. The police let him go. They didn't even have to check him to see if he was drinking or smoking or.
So he drove. A kid drove into it and totaled it.
Yeah.
Now, here's what I want to ask you, because this might be a crazy situation we came across before, but I want to, what is the year of that car?
It was a 2019.
Okay, you're not going to have the problem that the other guy did. We actually had a guy one time. It was the weirdest thing that ever happened. He had a car parked outside his house. It was an old one, but it was working. He loved it, and they totaled it. And he said, wait a minute, why is it total? They said it's going to be too much to fix. It's an old car. He said, but I'd rather fix it. And he said, so I'd like to buy it back. So they said, well, okay, we were going to give you $800 for the car or $1,000. And then if you want to buy it back, here's what we'll do. Nothing. You can just have your car. So in other words, now think about this. He's sitting at home, his car gets wrecked, and they come to the door, and the adjuster says to him, congratulations, you get to keep your car, and that's it. And he said, what do you mean you get to keep your car? Because we were going to give you $1,000 for the value, but you wanted to buy it back, so you get to keep it. It was the weirdest thing that ever happened, but you have a newer car. I digress. So what happened then? His insurance should pay for it, right?
The insurance paid for everything. His insurance paid for everything. They paid off our loan, and also gave some money to us to be able to buy another vehicle. We had to wait on that because we couldn't find a vehicle. So what they did was our insurance, which was Liberty Mutual, let us get a rental. We got the rental, and we had it for about 3 weeks, I think it was. And then we got a bill in the mail for our excise tax and said it was due. So I called them up and told them
wait. What do you mean? What is
accident.
an excise tax? What do you mean?
In Massachusetts, what they do is every single year you have to pay a tax of the town that you live in.
Are you talking about an ownership tax on the car?
No, not really. It's more like it's almost like a tax that they have in the town you live in, so you can like park it in your neighborhood or whatever. It's something that they do every year.
But it's based on, is it based on the value of the car, or does everyone pay the same amount?
Everyone pays a different amount. It depends on the year of the vehicle.
Yeah, we call that an ownership tax, but it's okay. Call it whatever you want. So what happened then?
So I called them up, and they told me to cancel our insurance because we no longer had the car. And so what I did was I called the insurance company.
But wait, why would a municipality care if you had insurance or not?
Because we were renting another vehicle, and they said it didn't make any sense to keep paying for that vehicle that was no longer on the road. So that's what we did.
Well, yeah, that's true, but okay. So what happened then?
So we canceled it, and then we got another vehicle a few weeks later. So we did was we renewed the insurance with the same company with the new vehicle, and they said we're all set. Take it out of our payment automatically every month, and then a year later we got our bill in the mail in the email saying how much it was going to be. No problem, because that's how much we were paying every month.
Wait. You got a new car, and a year later you got a bill for what?
For the new insurance, for renewal.
Oh, got
every
it. For
year.
renewing your insurance, right?
Mhm. So we got that, and then 2 days later, I got an email saying that it was going to actually go up to almost $700 a month.
Why?
That's what I was curious about too. So I called them up, and they said, well, we apologize, but there was a glitch in our computer, and you never got billed. So I asked them, I says, you mean to
Never
tell
got
me
billed. You never got billed when? When you got your new car?
for the whole year? They never took the money out because it was a glitch in their computer.
Okay, so hold on. So if I get this straight, you bought a new car with insurance proceeds from the other guy, and then you insured it, but you had previously stopped insurance, and then you thought you restarted insurance, but your insurance company never billed you for that period.
Nope.
Okay, but listen, this reminds me of my old Sears TV when I was a kid, and I was married, and I was just a stupid kid, and I bought a TV, and it was $300. It was the most expensive purchase I ever made, a color TV. And I put it on my charge card. A year later, this is God's truth, they say, we forgot to put it on your credit card, and they put it on my credit card a year later, and that was money spent long, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I owe $300, and I already thought I paid it. You still owe it, is the moral of the story. Even though it's inconvenient as hell, you still owe it.
Yeah, exactly. They said that we had to pay the amount for the whole year.
Of course.
And our credit is now ruined because
wait. Now your credit should be ruined. If they never billed you, they can't say you didn't pay. I mean, but are they saying you should have magically known what to send them?
Yep.
Oh, now that's ridiculous. Now that part's ridiculous. Now, you do understand, though, you were insured for that year. And if something would have happened, you would have been bound. You would have been insured. They're retro billing you for the past year, plus billing you in advance for the coming year. So it looks like it's going up $700. But the part I disagree with, they're going to trash your credit for not paying.
They put it in collections already.
Well, wait a minute. Did they put it in collections because you refused to pay it?
No. What happened was that I called them up and I talked to them, and they says, what we'll do is we'll start taking it out of your pay every single month, and I waited. I said, well, no. I said, I don't agree with that.
Okay.
I don't think it's fair.
Sherry,
that
here's
we
what I'm
have
going to tell you,
this.
okay? Here's what I hear you saying. You didn't think it was fair that they did not bill you, and now you have to pay. That's what I hear you saying. And I'm saying that's why they're ruining your credit, because you're refusing to pay your retroactive bill. And truly, they're saying you owe it, and you do. It's just like if the power company forgets to send you a bill, you still owe the money. In fact, if you do the time value of money, they could technically say you had the value of that money for all that time and it benefited you. And really, that's the way the IRS looks at it. That's the way everyone looks at it. The longer you keep your money, the more value it gives you because you're keeping it. Now, we don't agree. I understand the inconvenience. I understand it's like a blow to the stomach when all of a sudden you owe an extra $700. But in reality, you did not pay that $700. You got to keep it. You would have had to pay it. I am positive, Sherry, the reason that they want to trash your credit is because you disagree with paying it. I'm positive. I know for a fact if they said to you, by the way, Sherry, you not only owe for insurance for this coming year, but we're going to back bill you an extra $700 for last year, and you said, oh yes.
Now,
Thanks.
traffic. This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
Pretty easy driving throughout the Denver metro as we close out that 10 o'clock hour. I-25 north and southbound, we're showing posted speeds into and out of downtown. Just south of there, 6th Avenue eastbound, still looking at some congestion on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. However, nothing too out of the ordinary there. I-70 east and westbound, no complaints from the foothills to DIA and back again. South of DIA, I-225 north and southbound. It's an easy drive for our friends in Aurora and DTC. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, cloudy today, warming up for the afternoon with highs in the upper 40s. However, clouds that are rolling in are bringing snow with them. We're seeing an overnight low of 15 degrees with snow showers through the night. The current temperature in Denver is 47 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
He's been called the Vincent van Gogh of acting, and he was a leading man in the classic film The Godfather.
Here you go.
Story of John Cazale. Be sure to catch this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh my goodness, I have told you this before. You better take advantage of it. The best water heater deal in the business. If you need a water heater, listen carefully. An entire new water heater, fully installed to code, and pulling out the old one and disposing of it with new supply lines for the water and a new gas flex line. You know what you got? $12.99 for a 40-gallon, $12.99 for a 50-gallon, $13.99 only from EuroPlumbingColorado.net, 303-668-6844. All right, if you want a sale on your countertops, well, it's always like a sale at the Art of Granite, but here's what he's doing. Mitch Fluria is doing another 20% off labor in addition to his special, and his special is really special because he does wholesale costs on all countertop materials, granite, quartz, quartzite, any kind of natural stone or man-made material. Also, Terra and Holloway's free. He does a free sink with the kitchen and a free sink with the bathroom vanities. When you have those done, theartofgranite.com. He'll even give you a price on the phone. That's theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919.
Beloved former
I'm going to go get my package. Okay, be right back.
Run. You deliver it.
The running man.
Yeah, probably a good plan. I'll do it for you. Really? Well, hey, I mean, at least you got it quickly. I heard that like they have like a chips shortage, so if you lose your credit card,
Yeah, I know. That's
you
what
can't
they
get
said.
one very quickly.
They said to build it.
Yeah. What company?
So we're going to be right up against it. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Well, you know, this isn't for everybody. You know that.
Oh, crap, man. So
Burn.
keep that woman on. I mean, although she might be pissed because I don't have good things to tell her. Yeah, my credit card was delivered.
There you go. What was that? What's company? Capital One or something. I wanted to get a new, so I got a Capital One, so Venture or whatever, and then I wanted to just get a new one because it was just getting, it wasn't running very well. Like it wasn't swiping. They're like, nah, you'd probably be better off.
How can the whole world be behind still from the pandemic? I mean,
Kelly.
I always ask this. What the fuck happened? Did everybody
Kelly.
shit for a whole year?
I think. But they just stopped. So they
Shannon, is
stopped
Kelly
buying it,
listening?
They stopped making it, and so when they stopped making it, then everything just gets.
Well, people weren't in factories. I mean, these chip shortages. That's the part I don't.
China's been shut down for 3 years too. You know, everybody.
Well,
forgets.
remember in the beginning, it's funny
Kelly.
because China was saying when everyone was having hundreds
Do
of
you
thousands
hear me,
of
ma'am?
cases, they said they had 4,000.
Yeah,
The
that's
entire
it.
country of billions.
Yeah, right.
You remember that?
Yeah.
They had 4,050 cases, and I'm thinking, how are they doing that?
Pretty round number.
And then, but then they shut down the whole. I mean,
Yeah.
they are really strict.
Yeah.
You know,
That's why I think the chip stuff, because they weren't letting people.
Here you go.
Whole cities were getting shut down.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
I'm Tom Martino, and I'm sorry for the short segment, but hey, here's the bottom line, and I want to leave you with this. And I'll come back, I promise. Take all of your calls, but if you owe a bill and it's not billed to you, you still owe the money. The obligation does not go away for lack of billing or invoicing. That's in all cases. If you got the benefit, you have to pay the piper. I think it's called Quantum Marriott or something with in law. But anyway, we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
It's not Marriott, not like the hotel. But yeah, I think that's right. I think it's Quantum.
Yep.
Merowit? No,
Merowit. You're right. There you go.
Well, he had 9 seconds once. That was more like
No,
35.
it's not,
He had 9 seconds once and didn't talk. So there was no fourth segment.
My God, if Ryan ever worked this show,
Reasonable
he would
sum of money to
fucking
be
kill
researched.
himself
Merowit.
within the first
Okay, I'm going to listen.
Quantum Merowit.
Merowit.
4 minutes.
Merowit.
Quantum Merowit.
I'm going to play that.
To and type A
But hey, good for you.
deal with something like that.
Cut.
All right, I'm gonna go get some ice. I will be back. Do you want anything?
Nope.
Sure.
Yeah.
Not Marriott though.
Why don't I hear this? Oh, they've got it cut off. Be that way.
Good morning, Troubleshooter Show. Do you want to talk to Tom and the gang? If I may throw you on hold briefly here, Kelly stepped out of the room. She's the one to talk to. I am literally the opposite of help. Okay? Hang on, sister, hang on.
Handle it, Shannon.
Because we don't get to do it in person anymore.
Good morning. Thanks for calling the Martino Show. How can I help you?
You need to use the restroom right now. All right, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Just hammer sodas on. So that's the most endearing characteristic of you when I come on here. Everyone's like, "What's Tom like?" Oh, he just crushes like Diet Pepsi.
Oh, I know. It's crazy. I shouldn't. It sucks, man.
You got to keep your energy levels up.
Now I'm on ghetto.
You do some. Hey, my kids love it.
At least
they would trade my life for a Mountain Dew. Those guys.
And this was wasn't it like Western Management? Got it. Okay. All right, hang on for me, and he will be with you as soon as possible. Okay, hang on. Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show. How can I help you? Okay. This is the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show. Was that?
I'm excited about this new possible Colorado law for gender-neutral bathrooms. I'm excited to see what the urinals look like.
In the female?
The non-partisan, whatever. Hey, I've been the chief of the Sits-to-Pee Indian tribe for a long time.
Really?
Yeah. It's my chance to take a break. Sits-to-Pee. Doesn't it sound like a northeastern Indian tribe? Sits-to-Pee? Yeah.
Sounds like a U case.
Wonder if they're related to the Motisa tribe.
You want what? Motiba?
Motisa.
How about Motiba?
He's asking me some things, I'm not sure how to give it to him. They
The
adopted
proud
a child,
Motiba
hospital,
tribe
bunch of
from...
medical bills. Their insurance paid for it.
Where'd it be?
Biological parents'
South
insurance
Central.
also paid for it. So the hospital just cut him a $250,000 check, and he's like, "What do we do with this?"
Originally, yeah.
Yay.
It does, but he's got a letter from the insurance company saying we don't want it. Both insurance companies.
Talk about it without using names.
We can, yeah. I don't even know how to advise. I don't even know how to advise them. It's just a
No,
crazy
that-
case.
you got- okay. Wow. But why is he asking you for tax ramifications?
Because if he cashes it, 1099 gets filed,
Oh
and
my
then you have to pay taxes on the whole thing, right? Or maybe you don't have to pay taxes.
technically. Well, if it's insurance proceeds, but man alive, is that the weirdest?
Isn't that strange? I'm like, yeah, that actually falls right into. I'll probably pull him onto the law firm because that's going to take some research. I don't actually know. I'm like, wow, this is a Tom case. That's crazy. But yeah, I'm happy to say, hey, yeah, this is something I'm dealing with. Talk about complex tax issues people are having. It's a serious windfall. The IRS doesn't like the word windfall, as you can imagine.
The insurance really said they don't want it back.
He's got it in writing from both sides.
Well, come on now. He's got $250,000.
He hasn't cashed it yet. He's like, I don't know, like, I don't want to do anything with it. Because once he cashes it, bank files a 1099, IRS finds out about it.
Well, so what? He gets half of it.
And then then we decide, all right, do you have to even pay taxes on this? Because it's not an income event, but it's not
Oh
a
my
disbursement.
God.
Yeah, strange.
Hold on. Are we close?
Well, here's the problem, is that they put this contest in, and now we're over every day.
I'm sorry.
Talk Station has your chance to win one.
Nothing to be sorry about.
Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Pay. That's pay. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. And don't forget, this hour brought to you by Water Pros. Half off your water filter system, your reverse osmosis at the kitchen, half off. So instead of under $1,000, it's like $500. If you get a whole house water softener for under $2,000, you'll never get both systems cheaper ever. Waterpros.net. Now, listen, folks. I said something at the end of the show trying to explain why you still owe money if you're not billed for it. There was a legal term, and I always say it wrong every time I say it, so I'm going to play it from the what it means is, if you got the goods, if you got the quality, or if you got the merit, you got to pay it. If you got the quantity, you got to pay it. And really, it's in Latin.
Quantum meruit.
Meruit. I always say Marriott, like the hotel. It's quantum meruit. What it means is, Steve, you're an attorney. Please tell us what it means. Tell us what it means.
If you got the service, you got to pay for the service.
Right. Now,
regardless if they charge you
now,
for it on
obviously,
time or not.
if you don't request it, if they knock on your door and they mowed your lawn and they got the wrong house by mistake, that's different.
Right.
But if you ordered something and they did it and they forgot to bill you and they come back 4 years later, you still owe it.
You still owe it. Still owe. You may not owe a bunch of interest or penalties or whatever they're trying to get on this
Maybe
poor
not.
lady
Yeah.
trashing her credit, but we found out that was because
Right.
of another issue.
So,
but you still owe the actual principal amount. That's
now,
just
and I didn't want to give her bad news, but they do owe the money. Now let's go to the phones. And then Steve has the most weird case of unexpected income we're going to talk about that you've ever heard in your life. Eric, go ahead. What's on your mind, Eric? Welcome to the show.
Hey, Tom. I've got about 1,000 square feet of flooring in my house. 900 of it are wood, and I'm adding 100 square feet to it. And I'm wondering how much I should give my flooring company to get started with the work. They want 50%, but most of the work's going to be the refinishing, which is labor. I'm only willing to give them money to cover the cost of material.
Now, that's all negotiable,
Which is
Eric.
about-
Eric, it has to do on two
Okay.
things, okay? It's negotiable, but it's also open for interpretation, and it really is whatever you can get. I'd like never to put a dime down on anything. That's what I'd like. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. I don't like putting money down because then I have risk when I put money down. However, I have no problem when they deliver materials paying for them. I have no problems when they start work paying a little something else, and when they're progressing with work paying as I go. No problem. Giving 50% down, did they tell you what that 50% covers?
Well, that most of the work is labor.
Well, I'm not asking that. When they invoice you, how much is the whole job?
The whole job's $6,000.
Okay. Now, of the 6,000, are they actually putting in a new floor?
they're putting in 100 square feet of new floor and refinishing 900 square feet in the rest of the house.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Now, is there more material than the 100 square feet of floor? What is that going to come to, that 100 square feet of floor?
That's just the red oak material. I'm sure there's going to be some coating, finish, water-based satin finish.
So offer to pay for all
and
materials up front.
Even, sandpaper, all that stuff.
Yeah, but what I want to know is...
Doesn't cost them.
Okay, what I want to know is, what company is it?
It's Meyer Skidmore in Boulder County.
And who are they? A good established company?
Well, the name has been around for 40 years, but they've got new ownership. They've been with the Better Business Bureau for 16 years now.
That doesn't matter to
with
me.
An A+
The
rating.
Better Business Bureau has zero credibility. I don't care about that. That doesn't mean a thing. That's a dinosaur. What I care about are online reviews and actual suppliers and people and real life. That's what I care about. So, in today's day and age, that's what counts. What's that?
4.5 stars on Google with 30 reviews. And
listen,
Yelp,
there is a possibility that if you only want to pay for that 100 square feet of flooring, that they're not going to do the job. So now that's what free enterprise is. Free. You have the freedom to say no, and then they have the freedom to say okay. Or they can say, okay, pay us this. See, that's where negotiation comes in. Now, as I said, if they want to start the work and you pay them when they start the 50%, I would feel better about that. That would be fine. If they show up with materials and they start the work, I wouldn't mind paying 50% when they start. I don't like to pay 50% to get on the calendar. That's just me. I don't want to do it. But listen.
And that's what they want.
Okay, will they take a credit card?
That I don't know.
Well, then that would be the safest way to do it. If you pay by credit card and for some reason they shut down or don't show up, you can contest the charge. So that's what I would do. Then everyone's happy. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Lori called, I believe, last week, and she called about trash. Lori, I'm trying to find your original call. It was Republic trash pickup, I remember, right? And they took over for another trash company or whatever, and the price was increased. But were you having a problem with them?
My problem is they gave me a $140 credit today for the dumpster pickup fee.
Finally, because I remember that. Here's what happened. You wanted to switch companies, and they said, okay, but to come and get the dumpster, we want $140. And you said, I'm not paying that. And I asked you, are you willing to deliver that dumpster then? Because they could theoretically demand that you deliver their dumpster back to them or charge a reasonable fee to come and get it, even if it's not in the contract. And you said, yeah, I'm willing to deliver it. And I said, then you have them over a barrel. What did you actually tell them, or did we give this? Hold on. No, we didn't give this to anybody. No. We told you to tell them you would deliver it.
Yes, and I sent you a copy of what I sent them.
Yeah.
And then they credited it back. No one called me, which is great, where I told them it wasn't in their contract. And the biggest problem I'm having with the contract and their business practices, along with my community, is they bought out a small-town independent company, and they are picking and choosing, enforcing their corporate rules and regulations and fees. I've got neighbors that are trapped in 3-year contracts where they can increase the rates and charge any fees they want.
No, they can't.
At any time.
No, they can't.
I know. I know, but they are.
No, but they can, okay? Unless it's in the contract that they can, they can't. You can't buy out a company, inherit contracts, okay? Well, you can inherit the contracts, but you can't change terms and conditions unless the contract says that we reserve the right to change terms and conditions without notice or with notice. I mean, I know that's what you're saying, but they can't do it. So all these people have to do is refuse to pay.
Well, and a lot of the people don't know that, and I don't know how to help the community.
Here's what I think is happening. Here's what I think is happening, Lori. I think they bought out the old company, and I think they probably sent out a letter or something saying, due to market demand and or market cost, supply, whatever, we have to raise prices. They didn't probably say, we have to raise prices and you have to pay them. They just said we have to raise prices. And then they know that if people refuse, they can't do anything about it. That's what I think's happening. I don't think they're saying we're raising prices and whether you like it or not, you got to pay it and stay with the contract.
They are not sending notifications. I can prove that I did not receive notifications.
So they are just increasing pricing without any notice and without saying a word.
In their contract, on the second page of their invoice. So, for example, with me, I have automatic pay, but I had put in a lock where they couldn't exceed a certain amount. So I was alerted. Not all my neighbors did that. So they didn't get my money. But to get notice of their fees, you have to log into your account, open up the PDF for the invoice, because they don't email it to you. You open up the PDF, go to the second page on the very bottom, click on another link to go to where the price increase information is, and it's very vague, saying if you accept
All right,
our
Lori,
services,
you've told me enough to tell me that they are, it sounds to me personally like a deceptive trade practice. They're making it very difficult for people to manage their accounts and to know what their accounts are doing. And I agree with you. So you want to know how to help the community. Let me come up with an idea, and I think I have an idea, but I don't know if you want to do it. It just depends on how badly you want to help them. But we'll talk about it right after this.
Nice.
This is Dan Kaplis. The decision about which firm to hire in a serious injury case is often one of the most important decisions a person will make in their life. We suggest that you choose a firm that shares your values. Those values, including faith, honesty, hard work, love of country, have been the foundation of our firm's long history of outstanding results. We take righteous cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need our help, please give me a call at 303-770-55.
Here you go.
Or hit dankaplis.com.
Made in the Shade. You know what that is? That's a window covering company. I love the name for shades, blinds, shutters, whatever you want. And here's what I love. One-stop shop. First of all, they measure and estimate free. Then they order and install it with their in-house people. They guarantee it. They have all the major brands, any kind of window cover, including all the new ones that take a phone app to operate them electrically if you'd like, or just regular old-fashioned soft goods. Give them a call, 720-458-6566. They can meet all price categories, 720-458-6566. Or go to referralist.com and just look for Made in the Shade.
Do you feel like feet are...
Oh, you got
well, because I'll already be in.
right around the corner. Right, there's paper towels.
Probably just wearing a necklace. Skosh inappropriate.
Oh, so tired today. I gotta stop staying up so late. You doing anything with Mary tonight?
No.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Troubleshooter Show. How can I help you? Suzanne is actually out until Monday. Can I help you with something, or? Oh, okay. Actually, I'm sorry. She'll be in tomorrow, actually. So you can call her back then.
Okay, how Troubleshooter Show, did you want to talk to Tom and the gang?
Thank you. I appreciate that. No problem. Thanks so much. Bye.
He is not inflated to his proper PSI until about 4 p.m. Yes. You bet, bye.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Troubleshooter Show. How can I help you? Oh, yeah, I think I remember your call.
Belgian goalkeeper
And
collapses
you
on
have a
field,
tube
dies
TV,
after
right?
making a save on a penalty kick.
My God.
What the hell, man?
Okay, and you called last week, you said?
Merowit.
All right, hang on for me,
Merowit.
and Tom will be with you as soon as he can, okay?
By the way, I don't want to.
Caveat emptor. Yeah, that one. Buyer beware. Another good one.
Yeah, actually, we've had nobody call in for that. No, that's okay. No problem. Thanks. Bye. Yeah, give me a few.
Cross-season hasn't even started yet. And your kids are kind of.
I always try to answer your problems, Jules. I just don't know the list.
Okie dokie. Here we go.
Or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Lori, here's what I think you do. Your Republic took over trash management, and they're raising prices. And the way people find out is by logging onto their account. They have to go to the PDF. They have to look at terms and conditions. They have to look at the fact that it's going up. They don't know the fact that they can protest it. They took over a contract with existing terms and conditions. And without doing new agreements, they're simply raising prices. It sounds deceptive to me. What you need to do is your own PDF, print it out and send it, and either send it out by email print it out and either deliver it or send it out by email. But you need to go tell your neighbors. That's the way you help your neighbors.
Well, and yes, I've got neighbors talking. Neighbors are telling me their stories, and I just don't know what to do from here. I can't call public service and talk to them about each individual account. I don't have that authority. I did call and email.
What do you mean public service? What do you mean public service? What do you mean? Trash companies are not, trash companies, hey, listen. Trash companies are private companies. They're not regulated.
Republic Service is it's just their name. So Republic Services, sanitation or trash company.
Oh, Republic Service, yeah. Listen, here's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. Republic Service, you know, they're just doing a bad job, you know, and they're trying to hoodwink people, okay? So battle them with information. I mean, you know, what else do you expect? I mean, they're not going to do it voluntarily. They're not going to let people know voluntarily.
What? I don't know how to figure out rules and regulations. If
Listen,
it's a shady practice,
Lori,
our government allows it?
Lori, okay, I know what you're asking. There are no rules and regulations that regulate private business, okay? There's contract law, there's tort law, there's precedents, there's common law, which means you don't cheat people. But there are consumer protection laws that say you can't have deceptive trade practices, and they go on to define deceptive trade practices. But there's no government organization that's going to call up Republicans and say, you better put a notice in everybody's mailbox before you raise prices. It's called civil litigation or a civil action. When people feel wronged, the government doesn't always step in. There are only very few circumstances governments get involved when people are wronged. One is with massive fraud that has to do with finance or wire fraud or a Federal Trade Commission kind of thing like false advertising, or when it's massive fraud, or when it's a regulated entity like a utility company, but with a trash company trying to hoodwink people into paying higher rates without telling them that they have to sign a new contract and that they don't have the authority to do it under the old contract. That is simply where people have to take private action. You know, what you ask is not foolish, by the way. There are a lot of people who have asked me this over the years. Hey, how can they get away with this? And the answer is they can't if people do something about it. But the government is not going to do something about it. As I said, if it's massive fraud, the Attorney General sometimes will step in and say, hey, wait a minute, you can't do this. But that's not going to happen in one neighborhood where a trash company is raising rates. That's just
I understand what you're saying. One of their account specialists did say to me that they operate like a utility company. That's the reason they have the rights to increase from 1 month to the other 40%. It just seems
Lori,
so extreme.
they're not a regulated Lori. They're not a regulated entity. Okay, so really, it doesn't matter what they say. They're not a regulated entity, okay? I really spent enough time telling you this, and I wish you the best. 303-713-TALK. Larson Tax Relief, I got to ask a question. I want to talk about this. The PPP loans, we understand now. A lot of people thought they were pulling a fast one. And they were getting away with something because what they did was hired relatives, friends. They even increased staff sometimes, got a PPP loan, spent a very small portion of it to help people and pocketed the rest. Some even invented jobs and didn't even really hire people, right? I mean, you're hearing about this. Now, why is the IRS getting involved in this? Wouldn't it be like, was it an internal revenue program? It wasn't, was it?
It was. Yeah,
the
it was
PPP
run
was.
by the Internal
All
Revenue
right.
Service.
So explain it to me.
And the
why,
Treasury
and tell me what employers are they all being audited if they did a PPP?
No, I think that there's some thresholds.
And that was payroll protection.
That's right, payroll protection program.
Program,
There you
okay.
go. Yeah, and it was meant to allow companies to maintain their staff even though they weren't generating any income
So
during the
it was
COVID
a
period.
loan from the government, and if you used the money in the right way, you didn't have to pay it back.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. And so a lot of people were taking that money, or it wasn't regulated at all. You know, I got one for my own business. You know, I could have put any number on that thing, and they would have given me the money. But it was meant to be used for payroll during the period in time in which your company
Is
was
Larson
shut down.
Tax Relief taking on cases where companies legitimately used a PPP and they're being audited?
We haven't had. I personally haven't seen any, but we
is that
absolutely
something
can
you
take.
guys do?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. We
so
can
that's
take on
something
those
you guys
cases
can
and
take on.
review them
If a
for sure.
company is going to be audited for their PPP program, okay, what other so-called fraud alerts is the IRS looking at?
So we were talking about earlier this employee retention credit.
Now, what is an employee retention credit?
It's another item of government funding or government relief tied to the CARES Act, which is the whole COVID situation.
Right.
It basically says if you meet certain factors during 2020 and 2021.
Like you didn't reduce your staff and you didn't do this and you did this and you did this, then what do you do?
Directly tied to keeping your employees on staff and
then what
paying payroll taxes for those periods. You can go back and you can file an amended tax return, and they'll say, well, we're just going to remove the payroll taxes that you paid already.
So they will literally credit you all of the payroll taxes for 2021.
In 2020, depending on the
in 2020, if you did a certain number of things.
That's right.
What are those things you had to do? I mean, you don't know them by heart, but I mean, were they hard to accomplish? Basically, if a company just kept on employees, do they qualify?
No. And so there's limitations on how much money you could get back. I think it's $26,000 per employee per period. But if you got a lot of employees, over a period of time, that could be really
just keeping them on staff, or was there anything else involved?
Oh yeah, so you had to have a government order that shut down your company.
Okay.
This is a sticking point, and you also had to have a reduction in your income by a certain percentage.
Okay.
And then you also had to not have double dipping with PPP money.
So are there companies that were cheating with this?
Oh, of course.
Really?
Yes.
Really? Okay.
And as we were talked about, some people are doing it unknowingly because these we call them the ERC shops. They're basically calling people cold call. We can get you $26,000 per employee. Let us do this for you.
And then we'll take a percentage.
And then we'll take our little cut.
And
then
they're
you'll
off.
Get your, and
they're off to the races, and then you get audited.
IRS audits. Hey, you owe us $500,000. You didn't qualify for this. We can help represent.
We have more coming up. I'm Tom Martino. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Don't forget Frank Duran, the real estate man. Free analysis of your home, what it will sell for, no obligation whatsoever. 303-920-1622.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
Easy driving throughout the Denver Metro to start out that 11 o'clock hour. I-25 north and southbound showing posted speeds into and out of downtown. I-70 east and westbound, no complaints from the foothills to DIA and back again. I-225 north and southbound, easy driving for our friends in Aurora and DTC. Up on the northwest end towards the Boulder area, Highway 36 east and westbound flowing free as well. I-76 east and westbound and I-270 east and westbound, no complaints on the northeast end. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, mostly cloudy skies today, warming up for the afternoon with highs in the upper 40s. However, those clouds are bringing snow with them. Overnight low of 15 degrees. Tomorrow, 90% chance of snow throughout the night into the morning. The current temperature is 47. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
When most people think of the Salem witch trials, they think of Arthur Miller's play, The Crucible. But the truth of what happened is
Here you go, these two.
Broadway. We'll have that story. Be sure to catch this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts.
The best water heater deal that I've seen. 40-gallon tank fully installed, just $12.99. $13.99 for 50 gallons, $12.99 for 40-gallon, and it's done by EuroPlumbingColorado.net. Take advantage of it before it goes away. And that includes new water supply lines and a new flex line for the gas, and up to code. Tear out the old one, haul it away. A great company, EuroPlumbingColorado.net, 303-668-6844. Now, speaking of great companies, law firms are really something that you have to take a lot of time to select. When it comes to personal injury, I just can't believe there are some firms that brag about how big they are, how many satellite offices, the call centers, and all of that. No matter how you look at it, the bigger a law firm is, the smaller you are, no matter how you look at it. Because imagine if an attorney said, I'm only going to take the number of cases that I personally can work along with my staff, and I will talk to each and every client, and they will have my cell phone number, and I'll only grow to a point where I can handle the cases. That's what John Fuller does. Now, you may think that's not important to you. You don't mind being a number. You don't mind being shuffled around for them to work the big cases to brag about them on TV. But if you want to have a case work just like everyone else, and you want to have personalized attention, then you want John Fuller, and you will notice the difference. Bigger isn't always better. 303-597-4500. You'll notice the difference. Just try it. 303-597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co. So,
hi, Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth. I entered the financial.
Okay, thank you. So, do you think first of all, where do they start?
I feel like an amateur.
Where do they start to audit? How do they find the bad guys? I wonder, because I know people are cheating. I know they are, because I heard people bragging about it.
Well, there you go. I mean, it starts there, but then also they're doing a flush right now. That's part of why collections, everything's so behind, because they're focusing on this fraudulent side. They're applying a lot of manpower towards it. I think there's a threshold of like 50,000, although they won't tell us. But I think it's above like 50,000, and then they will look at your operations and your business the before times, and compare it to what the PPP you took at the current time. Like, all right, well, if you were only paying $20,000 in taxes on your payroll for 18 through 20, and then all of a sudden you pulled $1 million PPP loan, there's no way that your business, possibly no way that your business is going to have that much payroll and the peripheral expenses that you then got forgiven. So they're just doing that matrix, and there's some algorithm out there, and so then right now they're pinging the big ones. So I think it's anything over like 5 million, and then the idea is that they're going to work their way down. So we're going to see a lot of these audits come for the next 5 years. Government does not forget. They're going to chase it forever, and then those earned retention credits, those are going to be earned.
Oh yes, Ross's wife.
I don't know. That one's going to happen for a long time, because you can file. I could file an amended return even now and get a refund. I mean, you can file them for 5 years after the fact, so they're just going to keep coming. Although I did hear from an officer, I think last week, where they created, like, this was such an endemic problem, they created a program where now they're like actually looking at the amended returns and making sure you qualify for it, as opposed to just cutting checks, which is what they were doing like 6 months ago. So maybe they won't issue so many fraudulent.
Every time the government does something that has unintended consequences.
Unbelievable. The amounts of money that they're cutting. I mean, I've got clients who are like, hey, I used to owe 1.2 million, now I owe 60,000 because I got ERC, and I'm like, hopefully that'll work out. Because at the end of the day, I don't know if you met all these qualifications.
Adam's at my old hotel.
I mean, there's a lot of
seminar,
kind of gray area where it's like,
we'll
gave
see, questions, which should tell you how fucking cheap the company is. He's like, they fucking blow. Like, they always blew.
Interesting.
I don't remember.
Which is not just your basic
that place having any good.
This is going, ongoing as well.
Page Windows.
Today's Valentine's Day, and I usually make a big deal about it, but we're too busy.
They've been calling pretty hot and heavy here.
I even set aside some articles about the most romantic cities in
Oh boy, yeah, we could give those a minute if you want. You know what your your listeners like, though. If it has Venice, that it shouldn't be on there. That's not a good list.
Zoiks, here we go.
.com.
I should mention it is Valentine's Day, isn't it? And we usually make a big deal about it on the show. We used to have Valentine's singers in, but after COVID, things went to hell. We never had it. But I do want to say something about Valentine's Day. If you are lonely, you can give us a call, and we will try to find you a date. We've done it before. Don't laugh. But you have to be willing to show your photo up on our YouTube feed. And we disavow any responsibility for anybody who's weird. And by the way, what do you think the biggest reason people break up, the reasons Americans have called it off with a partner? Okay? One reason, dirty fingernails. Now, this sounds like Seinfeld. Remember, there was always something wrong with his girlfriends? Always one weird thing, the way they ate, the way they laughed. their hands, the way just weird stuff, right? Anyway, dirty fingernails, being rude to a waiter, tattoos, but a very big one, the biggest one. Well, I should say one of the biggest ones. And it can be either a male or female, and it could even be same-sex couples. They were surveyed too. And do you know what it is? One of the biggest ones? Being too clingy. Do you remember there were a series of videos online one time? I found them the most funny videos ever, called Overly Attached Girlfriend or something. Have you ever seen? I don't know if you ever saw those, but they were like the most funny videos. Kachina Kalori, did you ever see those videos? I think they were on YouTube. Overly Attached Girlfriend.
Oh, yes.
God, it was funny.
No,
anyway,
I know what you're talking about. Like the girls who basically just cannot.
well, this one though was about one particular girl, and it just showed an example. She typified the overly attached girlfriend, and she was wide-eyed and weird, and it was so funny. Anyway, Suzanne wants to talk about, and I hope it's not what I think, getting videos from her ex-husband. Okay, Suzanne.
I hope you can help me. These videos are videos of my children's birth and their milestones in growth on up to age 18.
Now listen, now wait a minute. I assume you guys then were divorced or something?
Yes, we got a divorce, and when we were divorcing, he was very good about doing what he said he was going to do as far as dividing the goods and everything.
How long ago were you divorced?
Oh, it's a long time. It's 14 years.
Okay. Now,
but my kids are wanting these videos now because they have kids and they want to compare their milestones with their children's milestones.
Now, first of all, do you think your ex kept them?
Absolutely. The girls have asked him for copies. He was supposed to take and convert them to DVDs or thumb drives for each of us and give each of us a copy where he could keep the original if he so choose. But he has never done that. And the girls have asked him repeatedly for these, and he said, well, come over and help me. And they go over there, and they're in his storage unit or something, and they get to doing something, and he never takes them over there. So we're just wondering if there's a way to compel him legally to get this done.
Well, okay. To reopen a divorce 14 years later, if it was let's put it this way. If it was part of a divorce decree, was it part of a divorce decree or separation agreement?
No.
Okay.
No.
So I don't see, I mean, listen, people have tried everything. But, we could ask one of our divorce attorneys. We really could. We could ask him. Because it's possible. It's possible. But why won't he just do it? I mean, how many kids do you have?
The 2 daughters, and they have when he first started, it wasn't really easy to change the tapes over to a different format. You had to go through a lot of rigmarole. But there are places now you pay $99 and they do it all for you. So they have volunteered to pay that fee for him if he'll just do it and he won't get off his butt.
That's what I'm thinking. It sounds more like he's lazy or doesn't feel like going through his storage unit, or it's dredging up bad memories, more than it's like he's being hateful. He's not being like a jerk saying, you're not getting them.
I don't think so. I think it's just a fact of laziness, and I think he needs something to maybe poke him to get him going, thinking he's going to get some sort of problem that's bigger than going through his storage unit on his back.
Right. See, that's the hardest part. He just won't do it. I mean, did he ever? He never said he won't do it, though, right?
Right.
Okay, Kelly, let's try to get a family law attorney on, one of our family law attorneys, to answer a quick question. Really, I think stranger things probably have been asked in the courts. If you'd like to hang on, I would take a shot at asking one of our attorneys. Now, speaking of family stuff, let me talk to James, because our family law attorney might be on for this too. James, what do you need to know about custody here? Are you in a custody battle?
What's going on is my ex-wife and I have split times between me and my son, and she had him every weekend, and I have him from Tuesday evening to Saturday evening.
Okay.
What's going on is I have a lawyer, but the thing is we are stuck with VHS being we're stuck.
I'm not sure what you mean. Hold on. Let's try to get you unstuck right after this. I'm Tom Martino.
Nice.
Get a great rate on a 17-month CD. To learn more, visit belco.org/.
So we have a problem with DHS and a problem with VHS?
Yeah, I know.
Sponsored by...
Yep.
Easy driving throughout the Denver Metro to close out that noon hour. I-25 north and southbound showing intended speeds into and out of downtown, and that trend, of course, continues from one end of the Denver Metro to the other. I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from DIA, and south of DIA, I-225 north and southbound. No complaints from Aurora to the DTC area.
That would be my plan.
Well, we love your plan and shooting for Rich Harris.
Today with a high of 47 degrees. However, the clouds are rolling in or bringing snow with them. We're looking at an overnight low of 15 degrees with 90% chance of snow into the evening and tomorrow morning. The current temperature in Denver is 46 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right. Everything you earn doubled. The cash back from trips, restaurants, all.
Here you go, Empower.
Those. See terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
Empower Reverse Mortgage is a mortgage company that does reverse loans, empowerreverse.com. And right now, a reverse loan is practical in some regards, in that the higher rates mean that your line of credit, or the amount you can borrow, grows by the same percentage, which means if you get an emergency line of credit and you don't borrow from it, you're not going to pay on it. But what you will do is you will have it grow every single year by 7% right now. When rates go down, it'll grow by whatever the rate is, but they can never take that away from you. There have been some people that have grown to a point where they can borrow more than their house is worth with no repercussions. Find out more with empowerreverse.com, 720-500-7719, 720-500-7719.
Dan here. If you're
a large number of my credit card transactions recently have been where they text me to find out if you really want to do this. Yeah. And no, they're not large at all. Some of them are just regular stuff, but they just feel like I think they have an algorithm like where it's used, what kind of spending.
And we were trying to see if Rich was in the office today. We have a caller on that has some family law questions, and we were hoping that he could go on air. That would be great. Thank you. My name's Kelly.
Kelly.
Why I can't wake up today? It's just like...
Maybe because you're sleepy.
Yep.
Never mind, I won't tell you.
What?
I got all ready for work and stuff, and then I come over to this house to do the show, which I'm not here all the time, and I fell asleep.
Ooh.
I do.
No, in the bed. I set my alarm, and just before you got here, I woke up.
Why do you have Ryan on a short leash? What have you done?
I did. I fell asleep. Gross. Sometimes I come here and I turn everything on and then I fall asleep.
He's not available. Okay, great.
Well, you looked to see if
I looked to see
the V-Mix was up.
Okay, bye-bye.
No hairless family law.
The other one, Ashenberg.
Nobody available?
Just no Rich.
I'm going
My God, they have how many attorneys at Harris? They can't find them?
Rich is in court, and the other two are in meetings.
Oh, okay. With who? Rotella? Oh.
I'm looking up Ashenberg right now.
Okay.
Why do I not have this? Sign your contract.
So a lot of my doctor appointments now have been Zooms.
Tom, you took this break too early.
What's that?
You took this break too early.
I did?
Now I don't know what to do. I'm kidding.
I know.
Normally we'd be going to break now. I can be a jerk when you're not here. What are you going to do about it? ASCH. And that's about where I stop. Probably an EN and then a B of some sort.
Well, they get your imaging first. So they have stuff before they talk to you.
It is also a town in Germany.
You know, most doctors don't do any examinations anymore. I mean, my surgeon never looked at my imaging.
I can't find him on referral list. Not in
Here, just call the office. You want? 720?
Wait, what is it?
Here we go, coming back.
Bell.com, Babbel.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. So, trying to get a family law attorney to answer some questions about videos and how to get them from the husband. You would think the daughter's making an appeal would do it. That's weird. Anyway, Betsy has a question on Excel Energy. We'll go to Betsy. And Betsy, what's going on with you?
Hi, Tom.
What's
don't
happening?
want to be an activist. Let's put it that way. I was just listening to you talk about the trash problem with the lady, and I have sort of the same complaint with Excel Energy.
Like, what's going on?
Well, okay, I have invested in new windows and doors and a furnace in my 950 square foot home. It's a ranch. The furnace is supposed to be an energy efficient furnace. And 2 months ago, my bills went bonkers. And I've done some research, and this last month was $339.
So hold on, that the actual price doesn't mean anything as much as this. The trend. You're saying 950 square feet, high efficiency furnace, new windows. Did you also do insulation? I'm just curious.
No, I didn't do I did not do new insulation. These homes out in Aurora don't have any outside insulation, and it would be extremely cost.
All right, so so your home's not insulated, basically.
The outside walls are not, but the windows have been replaced with instead of single pane casement windows.
No, I get it. I get it. But but the walls are not. You literally have no insulation in the exterior walls.
No, not that. Yeah, no. I do have it in the bathroom because we did a remodel on.
Okay,
the bathroom
I got it. And by the way, they do have ways to retrofit insulation. It's not that terribly expensive.
Well, that's true, but I do have asbestos siding, which opens in a whole.
Oh my gosh, yes. Okay. Anyway, so what?
Okay.
So your bills are extraordinarily high, right?
Well, they are, and I look at them, and the usage has not gone, that much difference. But the price of gas, of natural gas,
Right.
has doubled.
That's
for
right.
a third.
That's right.
And why is that not? They say, well, we're not making any money off of that. It costs us that much, and we're just passing it on. Okay, if they're going to pass it on to all of the users or everybody that's, being billed by Excel, which is everybody that's got Excel.
No. Hold on. I'm not going to let you make that statement. Everyone who has natural gas, it doesn't matter what company you're buying it from.
Right. Well, I assume so. Yeah. It's not propane. I know propane costs more, but this is, what.
See,
Excel
natural
provides.
gas used to be a deal. Now natural gas is extraordinarily expensive. In fact, it's
and
becoming.
The reason for that is.
What's that?
Yeah. And I'm rather than be an activist and conspiracy theory, and the reason for that is because they had stopped refining and drilling and doing pipelines and stuff, right?
Well, okay. It's because of lower production, period. Disruptions overseas, and the effects of weather. It's all coming together as a perfect storm. Also, there is a move, and you can think, by the way, the God Almighty, I don't know what you call them, people who want everything perfect but are the most imperfect people in the world. They want everything perfect, and they want to do away with gas. Okay, so because they believe it'll save the planet, and so they want to do away with gas.
Right.
So that's what's happening. No one's drilling for more gas. Gas has a bad name. They want to do away with gas. The supplies are shortening. The prices will continue rising until they push you to another energy source. You want to know the reason? I'm telling you the truth. There's no conspiracy here. It's just fact. But there's nothing you can do about it. I swear to you, I wish I had an answer for you. There's nothing you can do about it except conserve.
Meet my.
Very nice.
Serve.
Conserve, yeah.
It's Talib and his ilk. They all want the greenies. They want to just take over.
Man, I don't know why you want to give me all those crazy people.
Talib, what'd the planet ever do for you,
I just want to
man?
get your engine going.
What'd the planet ever do for me?
Yeah.
Holds me up every damn day.
Whatever. It's just a place to put your stuff. Relax.
Hey, I'm relaxed. I'm trying to figure out why I get.
Listen, if
Bailey
burning
weight.
actual cow crap would be a cheaper solution, we'd give up on this planet immediately. Good morning, Troubleshooter Show. Would you like to talk to Tom and the gang? No, all right. Well, did you want to tell them something about this deal?
What was your
Now listen,
phone
don't run
number?
off. I'm the opposite of help. I'm the idiot running the board. Let me throw you on hold and get you over to Kelly. Hang on one sec.
And did this get assigned to one of our deputies? Do you know?
I got to go get flowers, too, somewhere.
Ooh, you ought to get her like
So it's
3 or
a
4 different
follow-up?
types of flower.
I got to go get flowers,
all right,
man.
let me go ahead
Don't
and
Not
you?
flowers.
we will try to
Get her
find
like,
somebody for you, okay? And then you said
artesian
you called yesterday?
flower.
I can't do that
from
shit.
a
I got to
mill
get,
and-
like, real flowers.
Whatever.
No, that won't work. That won't work. No. Okay, Catherine. Oh, I'm not telling anyone. There's where we are. Okay, good.
All right, hang on for me, okay?
All this other shit today. Okay.
All right, hold on.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go night night. Kelly, I'm going to go take a
Probably
nap.
not the best idea, John Milk.
90-second commute, and I'll be asleep.
I'm so jealous. Can I just come with you? Good afternoon. Thanks so much for calling
Do you
the.
have to do it?
I think the whole conversation is loony.
Oh, come on. Honest to God? Man,
Okay, what's your name?
if that's what you say, yeah, I guess it is. No, I mean, that's less hassle.
Okay, hang on, and he will be with you as soon as he can, okay? Hang on.
And keep on rolling till it's not crap.
My daughter wants to meet me at 2:30, which means I gotta run. But where? I'm trying to jam too much shit into one day here.
You're free to go.
Wow, thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, wow. Happy Valentine's Day to you, dude. Come on, Blake. Answer. What in the hell is going on? Did Blake Harris go out of business? Probably be available.
This thing is making that noise.
Me.
What the?
My God, nobody is. Let me try. It's like pulling teeth right now. Dragon, this should not be this hard.
Collection grows.
Oh, I hear what you're saying just now. Yep. Hold on. Not now, but I heard it. You're not going crazy.
Oh my God. Please be there. Please pick up.
Oh my God, yes, I was big time, but that was a long time ago. I was big time. I mean, not big time, like real big. Well, actually, I wasn't bad. I don't do shit now. I've lost so much of it, and that's true. If you don't use it, you lose it. I mean, truly.
All right, 15 seconds, guys.
Has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, and I welcome you to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. By the way, Larson Tax Relief is with us, and they handle tax problems like audits, collections, these new audits for PPP loans, and things you might have done right or wrong. Basically, they think you did wrong during COVID. It could be. Now, I want to talk to George. It's related to the show a bit. So, George, go ahead. What's happening with you, George?
Hey, George. Hey, Tom. I'm
Hey.
sorry. Yesterday I called about my son who's an auto mechanic, and he had to buy a whole bunch of tools, obviously, to do his work, tools that the shop, the dealership, does not supply. And he had gotten word through his accountant that this year he would not. The IRS no longer allows employees to use Section 179.
Yeah, let me explain that. Let me explain that briefly to everyone listening. Like, when I do stuff here at my house for the show, I'm not a W-2 employee. I have my own company, and I put on my own show, and then other people have their own companies that do their own things. When they buy something, they get to write it off subject to depreciation laws. Now, it used to be when you were an employee and you bought tools, you could write them off against your income on a schedule A, I believe, or anyway,
C or an A.
Whatever. You itemize your deductions, and you could take work tools. For some reason, I think the tax code changed according to the accountant we talked to yesterday. That would be good to ask Steve Sizik on W-2 employees right now. But let me ask you, George, what are you calling back about? Did you find out more?
No, you guys, well, the way we left it was you were going to get a hold of an accountant.
Yeah, well, we have Larson Tax Relief on today, and I thought they might be able to take a stab at it. So, Steve, why did they change
the? You were going to call me today.
Yeah, I get it. Did they change the law regarding W-2 employees and what they can deduct?
Yeah, it's new, and so I don't want to speak too much to it till there's some publications on it. But I do believe that they removed that, like you said, Section 179 exclusion for certain tools and things on a W-2 employee. I would defer to a CPA for more specifics on that.
And we will call a CPA, but we do have Larson today, and today was a discussion of taxes, and we will still try, Kelly, to get one of our accountants on. But it says here, you may be able to elect Section 179, and this either is old, but it says you have to own the property. It has to be required. And so I'm reading, this is the problem when I go online. I'm reading it both ways. I'm reading that some employees can do it and some employees can't do it. I don't get the difference. And that's what okay, here's what it says, okay, from the IRS site. Employees can write off union dues, tools, subscriptions and dues to professional organizations, licenses, travel that they're not reimbursed for that is demanded of them, a home office exclusively used for that business, and it's required, excess education expenses. You know, I'm not seeing where they can't do it, except when I look at other areas, it's saying, when we talked to accountants, they said, no, it changed. And according to this, it hasn't changed. And I'm looking at the IRS site. I also looked at the the big tax preparers websites like TurboTax. But everywhere I look, it's saying they can write that off. So Kelly, let's also check in with our accountants once again. We tried yesterday. Let's see if we can get either Atlas on or Mallory on.
I'll try to get Eric.
Any of those would be helpful. And Steve, did you hear about changes in this?
I did. There's been a couple of changes actually this year.
With depreciation.
With depreciation, then you have the $600, 1099 requirement. There's a lot of things that are kind of coming up a little late in the game here for tax preparers.
So hold on, and what we'll do is we will check. So hang on, George. We were expecting your call. Now, Bonnie Shields is with us, and Bonnie Shields does family law, and right now, I just have a quick question for her. She's on a referral list, referralist.com. Bonnie, on a divorce that's, let's say, 14 years old, okay? And it's really not a divorce issue, or it was never in the divorce decree. It was never in the separation agreement. But let's say that Suzanne and her 2 adult daughters want family videos being hoarded by the ex-husband and father, and it's not that he's being mean and refusing. He's just not getting off his ass and going to the storage locker to find the videos, and these girls would love to have them copied, and they would even pay the expenses. Now, Bonnie, can you actually make a motion in some kind of family court for this?
It would... If there's nothing in those final orders, Tom, it would be hard because all of the property, that would be included in marital property. So what I want to see is if they went to court and the judge issued some orders, the judge may or may not have addressed it. If they came to an agreement called a separation agreement, there might be something in there about copying photos or personal things. There might be something in the separation agreement. So I don't know which way they went.
Okay, now.
But I think it would be hard.
Suzanne, was anything, it didn't have to mention specifically videos, but was there anything said about memorabilia or anything like that or keepsakes?
No.
It was totally left mute. You never talked about it at all.
Not in a legal setting, no.
And
Did you draft your own separation agreement, like using the court forms? Or did an attorney draft it?
We had a retired judge sit down with us and draft it.
Okay, and you're sure there's nothing in there?
Suzanne, there might be.
There's not a section on personal property?
I didn't see anything, but I can certainly look again.
You should. Sometimes there's standard wording in there.
Okay. And if there is, what would I do?
Well, if there is wording in there that some personal property was supposed to be copied, and usually on photographs and videos it's copied, and who's going to pay for that? If he hasn't done it, there's a motion for contempt you could file because it's a legitimate court order. Once it was turned in, the court would have ordered that separation agreement and made it part of the file. So there would be contempt. I mean, hopefully you don't have to go that far with it.
Right.
Maybe if he knows you're pursuing something, he'll get off his butt long enough to go to the storage unit and get it out and copy it for his kids.
Yeah, now, I know, Bonnie. You would hope. So, Bonnie, by the way, we certainly appreciate Bonnie Shields Law, 303-798-1927. And then, Suzanne, listen, if there's really, after you review that, you might want to call us back, okay? But you got to review the separation agreement. Now, I want to talk to Eric Reinemer. He's one of our accountants that we use from Atlas CPAs and financial advisors. They're the ones that do the Troubleshooter network. And Eric is a wealth of information. So I want to ask him a question. Eric, we were told George's son is a mechanic. He had to buy $30,000 worth of tools in order to keep his job and to get his job. They want to know you have your own tools. Now he's being told by his tax preparer that he can't write any of that off because he's a W-2 employee and things have changed. Is that right, Eric? I'm reading where you can write off tools. Is that right or wrong?
Well, for a W-2 employee, I mean, this changed several years ago. W-2 employees, unfortunately, never write off anything. You pay on the top line as opposed to a self-employed person where you can deduct stuff. So mechanics that are wage earners, it's a pain in the ass, but unfortunately, that's the way it is.
Wait, there's outdated information on the web because what about union dues? And they used to be able to write off union dues and subscriptions and that kind of stuff.
Well, yeah, that used to be available over if you itemize. The issue is when you itemize your deductions, there used to be this place for miscellaneous deductions, but the point is most people don't even itemize anymore because you get $12,000 anyway, which is more than most people would ever have to itemize. But they got rid of that 2% miscellaneous deduction thing about 4 years ago. So really, it's terrible. Tax laws are favored to the self-employed. It's just a fact.
Wow. That is really important to know then. So basically, you spend $30,000 on tools and you don't get anything to help you.
No, so he might want to start his own sole proprietorship side business first to see could he possibly be paid as a contractor, not as a wage earner, but maybe he has some other kind of small revenue source where he might discover he needs to have a side business as a sole proprietor on a Schedule C, where you could take those deductions over on a separate schedule. It's a little bit in the gray area, but that's something to think about.
Well, I've known people, Eric, who chose to start an LLC and be contracted to places. The only thing that got in the way there is the LLC is going to have to pay the employment tax.
Only if, well, sure, but only if there's profit. I mean, it could be he had a side LLC without a whole lot of revenue going through it and more expenses than deductions. So it's worthy of a conversation about is there any flexibility having a separate single-member LLC. But he also could ask his employer, is there a possibility of getting paid as a contractor? Although if he's in a union, that wouldn't work.
Wow. Thank you very much for your information. We appreciate it. And that's Eric Reinemer. And Eric is with Atlas CPAs 303-799-9111. More coming right up. Getting your house ready to sell? Rely on the experience of Frank Duran, the realestateman.com.
Does your home need repairs prior to selling? I have the experience and great local connections to help you determine which items are cost effective. We will detail which simple, easy steps you can make to enhance your home's appeal. I'm with you every step of the way.
10 seconds, Tom, you're next.
Urging you to use Frank Duran, the realestateman.com with Remax Alliance, 303-920-1622.
Anyway, so it's kind of a wash.
Joseph A. Lazara is a criminal defense attorney I hope you never need. But there are a lot of people that get DUIs. There are a lot of people that have problems. And listen, Joe's not going to judge you. He will defend you. But part of that defense, even if you want to plead guilty or even if you've done something wrong, is getting through the system. And he can help you do that with flat rate pricing and free initial consultations. Joseph Lazara. Find him at referralist.com or give him a call at 303-429-6200, 429-6200.
actually took my firm. I just reincorporated as an S corp because it was.
So do you contract to Larson?
I actually contract some of my paralegal to Larson to help train some of their staff and things. But I'm still W-2 with Larson.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's like I said, I was saying that like I take
both.
all of her payroll that I'm doing just right onto my, my 1120S, and it's actually working out pretty good. And I was doing it.
Everything cool?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the reason I ask is it seemed like an ultra long break.
You just had the one live, and they're typically about 5 minutes in.
Okay,
So, yeah.
all right, thanks. I just wanted to be sure I wasn't like in Twilight
It feels
Zone.
that way since there was only the one.
All right.
Deadly silence.
If it makes you feel any better, we only got about 45 seconds left.
Is there any skiing near Syracuse? Where we were was Hunter and Wyndham and Stowe and over that way. But what's near you in Syracuse?
15 seconds, guys.
They didn't even make snow, did
Your local dealer. This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. By the way, Dan McKenzie is there to help you if you ever need a will, a trust, you need probate, go through probate, you want to avoid probate. Dan McKenzie, it's a very important area of law. We have him on as our expert. So please, when you're planning your estate for wills and trusts, 833-CO-PLANS, 833-CO-PLANS, or coplans.co. All right. Now, we have a very busy day. Let's talk to, well, George, you heard the bad news. I don't know what else we can say, but basically, you were right. Your son cannot write off anything.
Well, hey, Tom, it sounds like he could deduct it, but it frequently, depending upon how the numbers play out, may not make sense.
No, he can't deduct it.
I thought he said you can, but because they changed it, that because they give more if you do the short form.
No, that's not what he said. He said on Schedule A, there used to be an area to take those miscellaneous deductions. They are no longer allowed, period. What he said was he may want to consider having an entity like John Smith Mechanic LLC. And if John Smith Mechanic LLC then pays all his own taxes and expenses, he can deduct anything that's legit. And then he can contract to a garage and they can hire his LLC. That can be done. Or he can be a W-2 employee for the garage and write off his tools on a mobile mechanic business or another mechanic business he has on the side. And the only disadvantage there, Steve Sissick from Larson, don't you only get, if he had like, let's just say 30,000 in tools one year and he has a couple grand each year, he has to have at least enough income. You can't operate it at a loss, can you, the LLC? Hold on, go ahead.
It's okay. You'd be writing off the income from the business. So if the business made no income, then you've got no write-off. It's kind of, not really worth it. So the side business would have to make some money.
So he would have to have a side business that actually made some money for it to make sense.
Right, and I mentioned, apparently the accountant guy told that to my son, suggested that, and I told my son, well, there are a couple of problems. Number one, you don't make any income, because he has a different business. Occasionally he does a little bit of auto mechanics for me or someone else, and I throw him some money. But that's nowhere near $30,000. Now, I don't know if you could carry a loss over from year to year. But secondly, he didn't establish the business legally in the state, and he's going to get hit with the fines because he didn't do estimated taxes. There's a whole slew of problems that after the tax year is ended to start a business, a legitimate business retroactively.
By the way, here's what the rule is according to me Googling this here. And again, some of this stuff is outdated, but this looks pretty recent. In a 5-year period, you can claim a business net loss up to 2 years without any tax problems. If you do it more than 2 years in a 5-year period, they're going to say it's a hobby. So if he, it would be okay if your son had a loss 1 year or even 2 years, but he better make money the 3rd year.
Got it. Or shut down the business.
Now, see, that I don't know what would happen, actually. I don't know what would happen if he got the benefit of a write-off for 2 years, and in the 3rd year, realizing he could not make money, he shut it down. I wonder what that would do. I wonder if the IRS would come back and say, wait a minute, was this really a business? I don't know, actually. I don't know if it would pass the stink test. I have no idea. So
restaurants do that all the time. They restaurants come and go. It's tough. After a couple of years, they shut down.
Yeah, but if they rule his intention was just to, you see, IRS operates really weird. It's like we tell you what it is and you have to go and prove otherwise. It's not the other way around. I mean, so they could come to him and say, they could flag him for an audit and say, you did not have the intention of operating a business. They go a lot by intention and not just by the paperwork. So I don't know, man. It's really weird. Let's put it that way. But I don't see why he wouldn't do. I don't see why he wouldn't do an LLC and contract to where he works unless they won't allow him to.
All right, thank you, Tom.
All right, man. I'll see you. Now, Patrick, you have a comment on synthesis gas, or I'm hoping on synthetic gas.
Yeah, synthetic gas.
Just synthetic gas, syngas. Okay, but there is something called synthesis gas, and is that what you're talking about?
Oh, no, I'm talking about the synthetic gas that Porsche came out with, because Porsche doesn't want any of their, old classic cars to just die with this new age of electricity stuff. So they're trying to push it to go into, F1 car racing and stuff.
What is it made from?
They're willing to put it in their cars.
What is it
I have
made
no clue. I'm trying to learn more about it still. I know that they just spent $75 million to open a plant in Chile to start producing it.
Well, there's a new gas that they're experimenting with, which is a mixture of carbon monoxide and hydrogen, and it's called syngas or synthesis gas, and it's generating electricity right now in some of these plants, and it's also making synthetic diesel. And there are a lot of people doing experiments right now with a synthetic gas, not just Porsche. And the reason is exactly what you said. People like internal combustion engines, and they don't want to give them up. And, if really you can have a clean running fuel, why would you give them up? They're wonderful.
Exactly.
But then again, there's something to be said about electric. So few moving parts. I mean, there's no such thing as a tune-up anymore. And in some cases, people regret that. A lot of people like tinkering. Is that where you are? You think Porsche lovers will love tinkering and they want to keep the gasoline engine or the internal combustion engine?
Oh yes, I can't afford a Porsche. I wish I could, but but yeah, just owning a combustion car and just feeling it, the purr, and tinkering with it.
No, I know what you're
it's just built
saying.
in our blood. It's been. Oh yeah, so we don't want to give that up. And
I know.
I'm really glad that they're coming up with this stuff.
And it's not just speed, by the way. I was talking to Willie B about it, one of my colleagues here in iHeart, and you can get speed and all of that out of an electric car, but it doesn't have the same feeling, not the same feeling at all of a combustion car. So anyway, we got more coming up. Thanks for the discussion. 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm.
Easy driving throughout the Denver Metro as we navigate that noon hour. I-25 north and southbound showing posted speeds into and out of the Denver Metro for this early afternoon. I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from DIA. Up on the northwest end of town, heading to Boulder, Highway 36 east and westbound. Green and clean driving all day. I-76 east and westbound and I-270 east and westbound. No complaints on the northeast end of town. And of course, I-225 north and southbound flowing free. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, clouds rolling in with chance of snow tonight into tomorrow morning. High of 47 today, however, a low of 15. The current temperature in Denver is 45. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Mattress Firm's President's Day sale is here.
All right, coming up next, Tom, 10 seconds away.
All right, got it.
Sets. Plus, get a $300 instant gift, good towards sleep accessories. Find your dream bed at Mattress Firm. Then cozy up on your new bed, because there's nothing better than staying in.
I have never had the service I've had from Fix-It in their tune-up special for $39. That is a very special thing for new customers only. They will come and clean your furnace inside and out. They will take care of the lubrication. They will take care of the adjustments, and they will practically refurbish the furnace for just $39 because they want to show you what a thorough company they are, and they want to put their sticker on it, and for $39 you don't do any better. So, when weather and time schedules allow, they'll do yours. Why don't you call them right now? Get in line, 720-526-3939. Extraordinary service, fixmyhome.com.
My kids actually wanted me to buy a Tesla. My Audi got an oil leak. And just looked into those things maintain their value better than anything I've ever seen. It's like a 2019 Tesla is still worth $70,000.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I bought my son a Model 3.
Okay, you liked it?
Oh, my God,
Yeah.
he loves it. He's a tech hit. He loves tech shit. But, you know, it was,
They're pretty cool, you know. Yeah, and they're expensive. Oh boy. So those things are.
But I made him go to master training.
Okay. Yeah, I did that when I was 16. There you go. All right.
And he'll do it, and and it's a beautiful car. It's beautiful.
It's a lot of power at the wheels of those electric cars. Yeah, gotta be careful out there. Just tell him if he wrecks it, he's gotta drive the old Honda. You get one shot.
YouTube is lighting up that guy.
Gregory or whatever it was.
It is kind of weird why the
The
kid
guy's name, he was
invested
saying
that
that
much
his,
money,
all his
why he
problems
wouldn't
with retroactively
start
setting
a
up
side
business.
business. I mean, like,
I didn't want to jump in and interrupt him, but he was completely wrong about all that. By estimated tax deposits for setting up a business late in the year and all that stuff. I don't know what he was talking about. Like making it more difficult than it had to be. Finally get a little breather in.
Yeah, we can talk for sure.
It's pretty kind of. Is it? I mean, I've been doing this long. It's been kind of.
All right, 15 seconds, gentlemen.
Right, as far as the call.
You can do together. Right now, get $120 off lifetime unlimited languages. You'll have access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for life at rosettastone.com.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. I have Steve Sizik with us, an attorney from Larson Tax Relief. LarsonTaxRelief.com, the people you call when you're in trouble, basically. What would be a typical case at Larson so people know when they should call, okay? What's a typical case?
For the most part, it's people that get in trouble, their businesses get in trouble with 941, 940, wage and income, taxes, things of that nature.
What about individuals?
Individuals, same sort of situation, gets a little more, you need to have more of a high
Or maybe they
value,
they avoided filing for years.
Didn't file forever, owe a bunch of money, or gonna owe a bunch of money.
Or they're facing seizure.
Somebody's sending you a letter saying notice of intent to levy, those green letters that come in the mail. Usually you don't want to sit on hold for 4 hours to have someone tell you bad information.
So what's the status right now of the IRS? Did they hire the new agents?
They are in the process of hiring the new agents. They said 80,000. Last I heard, they met a goal of 5,000 to answer the phones. So that's what I hear they're at now.
And what will they do? Let's say when they're fully staffed, what will happen? Is it to audit and just harass people more seriously? Or is it just to get tax returns done? What's the main deal?
I think both. There will be, in fact, internal revenue service, right? Their job is to collect money. So a lot of people, especially starting in 2020, have skated. They've been sitting on debts. They've been taking those notices and throwing them in the trash. Well, guess what? IRS at some point is going to come around. They don't forget, and they're going to come in and try to collect on those debts.
So people who have been ignoring it because of the pandemic, it's not forgiven.
No, just like we talked about, right?
Seriously.
The Marriott
exactly.
that you mentioned.
Now,
yeah, they're not going to forget it. And there's interest and penalties accruing, all that. So you need to get in front of it, or they're going to come and, you have to pay the piper at some point.
And you said the businesses who took PPP loans, they're going to take a second look at them.
Yep.
And they're going to look at people who took tax credits for employees.
Right.
And you could be audited on that, even if you did it right.
Yeah, and I think
you guys can handle that.
Absolutely. I think a lot of people who did it right are going to get audited, and they're going to have to sit there, guilty
prove
until proven innocent. Right?
Okay,
You took
now,
that money. Yeah.
Here's another thing that I don't understand. This is something that really astounds me, because with how shorthanded the IRS is, with all the major problems they have in the world, the one thing that they do more and better than anyone, and I'm telling people this because whether you get interest income, gas and royalty income, some kind of miscellaneous income of any kind, you have your own business, whatever, if you get a 1099, I swear to God, if you don't file every single one of them, I have had inquiries. Now, here's what I used to do, and I'm not doing it anymore. I used to try to be cool. I would take a spreadsheet, and the miscellaneous royalty income and stuff I would put on a spreadsheet, add it up and claim it as miscellaneous income. Okay, and then we would include the 1099s, but the IRS would inevitably, on every single 1099, say, where's that income? And I said, it's embedded in the miscellaneous income. I mean, but they don't want that. They want you to put on each line each 1099.
Yeah.
So they can match them. Right. So I literally got a notice for no, it wasn't $4 because they don't even have to say, it was such small amount. I thought they didn't even have to send a 1099 unless you made over 600.
Well, yeah, you don't have to, but they can.
Okay. I had one time from this small oil well for, I swear to God, it was like $25 or less. I thought I wanted to say $4.99, but they sent me a 1099. It was embedded in my spreadsheet, but they didn't see it, or they couldn't match it. So I got a notice. You didn't claim this income. Mm-hmm. And with penalties, it turned out to be a lot. And I said, but I did. And you have to show them on a spreadsheet where you included it. And the problem is, I tried to be efficient and just put it all together as 1099 income. They don't want to see that. But here's the crazy part. Now listen to this. When I take all the 1099s and add them up, they didn't come to what I had on my spreadsheet.
Right.
It was actually less income.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Maybe because some of them didn't send me 1099s.
Sure.
So now I say, the hell with you. I put down my 1099 income. Yep. I match each one. And I'm not bothering to do a spreadsheet anymore. And to me, that seems ridiculous. But what is this matching up with 1099 income? Because I'm telling you, if you make $12 of interest on your bank account, you better match that up. Why are they so meticulous about 1099 income, or is it just me?
Well, no, it's not just you. It's actually one of the major reasons why people get audited. They have these automated audit programs because it's an algorithm. There's not somebody there with a calculator.
Okay, there's no one saying, I'm going to get this guy for this income.
Right,
so it's an automatic match.
Right.
So they see my social, and they look for that amount on my return?
Yeah, they have a spreadsheet of all the 1099s they've received with your social, and then they have your return, and it just goes across. It's trying to match A to B, A to B. Oh, wait, A, no B. We better look at this now, right? So if everything matches, even if it's less money than you actually made, which we don't recommend for people to report what your income is,
right?
But you just have to go through and check all those boxes because that's what the IRS is trying to do. They're processing millions and millions of returns, especially now. And so every time there's something that doesn't match, it's a flag. It pulls your return. You get a notice. You get penalized and all the rest. And then you have to go and hire someone like me to grind through all the web of lies to get it fixed. And one of the worst things that can happen is that a company files a 1099 in the wrong social security number. So if you get a 1099 from a company that says, yeah, you made $600,000 from us last year, and you're like, I don't even work for these people. Well, you have to go into the company that issued the 1099. You can't go to the IRS and try to get an amended 1099 to get that fixed. And if that company is no longer existent, you got to hire someone like me to go in there and go to battle and say, no, he didn't make this money, because the IRS will automatically assume that you did, and you get taxed, and then you get the big audit, which could be a
now.
Real
There's
pain in
something
the butt.
also going around the web that I looked up, and I want to talk about, where people, and there are videos being done on it on TikTok and Instagram, where people can pay their kids a salary up to a certain amount, $12,000 per child, and the child does not have to file a return because it's under 12 grand, and you get to deduct it off your business. Now, have you heard of that or not?
I've not heard of that. That's unique.
And this is a big deal going around, folks. It says how to hire your kids the tax smart way. As long as your kids are doing legitimate work, and they can be children, they can do legitimate work, you can pay them tax-free up to $12,000. You get to deduct it, and they don't have to claim it. Now, I want to get one of our tax people on again if we can, to discuss this right after this.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm.
Some minor slowdowns throughout the Denver metro to close out that noon hour. Into downtown, I-25 northbound showing speeds in the 40s and 50s between Colfax and I-70. Up on the northeast end of Commerce City, I-270 eastbound slowdowns between I-76 and Vasquez. 270 westbound slow itself between I-70 and Vasquez. I-70 east and westbound, no complaints to and from DIA. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. The warmth was nice while it lasted, but we're having clouds roll in with chance of snow tonight. Overnight low of 15 degrees. Tomorrow high of only 21 degrees. The current temperature in Denver is 46 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 K-How.
Mattress Firm's President's Day sale is here.
All right, coming up next, Tom, 10 seconds.
Take adjustable mattress sets. Plus, get a $300 instant gift good towards sleep accessories. Find your dream bed at Mattress Firm. Then cozy up on your new bed, because there's nothing better than staying in.
Hey, K&H Home Solutions, do you know that they are the oldest home improvement company that I know of in all of Denver? And now they do a great deal for Sweethearts Day and Month. By the way, Sweethearts Month, they have a Sweetheart deal, 35% off of window siding and doors. And we're talking about great window siding and doors, Provia, Softlight, James Hardy, and more. Full details at khwindows.com. khwindows.com, serving the Denver metro area for 65 years. 303-421-7100. If you are looking for those new windows, you might want to put new window coverings on them. That's Made in the Shade. I love these guys because they're a one-stop shop. Made in the Shade. Google them, Made in the Shade window coverings. Or you can go to referrallist.com and look them up. Made in the Shade. They come and they measure and estimate for free, no matter how big your house. Then, if you order through them, they order from the main brands and then install them and guarantee the installation with in-house teams. It's all one-stop shop. 720-458-6566. 720-458-6566. Made in the Shade. Okay. if you're doing a real estate transaction, there's a smart way to do it and a stupid way to do it. In my opinion, a stupid way to do it is to have some complicated paperwork and you don't understand. You can have an attorney review it for a few $100. That's right. Anything to do with real estate, you need an attorney that specializes in real estate. Brad O'Brien and O'Brien Legal Services. He and his team can take care of you, whether it's a simple closing and you just want them to review docs, or it's a complicated commercial deal. olslaw.com. 720-370-7388.
The hit.
Okay. What kind of what did you order? Okay, what's your name? Your name is Mark? All right, hang on for me, and they will be with you as soon as they can, okay? Hang on. Wow, 2 marks.
Okay, for some reason my text did not go through. Yeah, I know, and now I have to redo it.
I thought that was going to wake me up.
Yeah.
Now I want to go back to sleep. It's just going to be one of those days.
I even had pictures. It's for a plumber. My peeps. Isn't that funny? He didn't. Let's see. This was delivered too. Okay, he's got it. Usually when people don't answer, there's usually a reason for it. I'm glad I checked because he didn't get it. And it didn't say delivered on it, like some of them say delivered. I wonder, but it didn't say failed either. Sometimes you get the red exclamation mark and it says failed or something. It didn't say that, but it didn't say delivered. It was like in Twilight Zone. In Littleton, I should be able to get there in a half hour.
And you'll have to hustle, but like which part of Littleton, like Highlands Ranch, Littleton, because you can get on I-25 and skedaddle.
I'll look at the map here.
Yeah.
Let's see, it's South Park Lane. That's off of. I think that's just
470.
I'm gonna look at it. It's gonna show me right here. So there it is, County Line Road, and 470, and let's see what's over here.
15 seconds, guys.
2 to 4. It's Leland Conway.
Why does the state legislature want to make it harder and more expensive for you to teach your kid how to drive? We'll talk about it. 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station.
Right.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Let's go to Mark. The Mark on line 1 with the PPP loan question, because we have 2 Marks on the line here, so we'll go to Mark number 1. Mark number 1, how can we help you, sir?
Yeah, me or the other guy?
You. Are you with the PPP loan question?
Yes. So I got a from Scratch Services. The guy filed a loan underneath my name, and basically got a $20,000 loan.
How do you know? How did you find out about this, man?
Scratch Services sent me a letter. I've been waiting to call you guys. I'm waiting to see my credit. Get this, my credit was locked in 2019. In August of 2020, they filed for a PPP loan and ended up getting a $20,000 loan.
But wait. They used your name, but what was the name of the company?
They used my name. They didn't use my company name.
Okay, but
I run a handyman business.
What is the name of your handyman business?
It's A Quality Handyman Service.
But they didn't use your business. But all PPP loans were done just for businesses, though, not to individuals, I think, right? Am I right, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, let's use like a sole prop as they might have filed as a sole prop.
When they filed under your name, Mark, how do you know that? Who is this Scratch Services?
Scratch Services is the collection agency that has basically sent me this letter. I mean, I'd like to email this to you guys.
Yeah, email it to us. I don't think that's a legit letter you have there.
So a buddy of mine went on and checked with the PP loan department, and he was able to bring my name up. So I do commercial stuff now, commercial repairs. But he was able to bring it up, and it says self-employed individual, and basically new single-family housing construction, and basically in Arvada, Colorado.
Okay, so they are claiming you were a business building houses, and they put your name down. Did they use your Social Security number or some kind of an EIN?
I don't know. I've been waiting for him to. So I went online and I filed a letter with the Office of Inspector General, and then I was going to file something with the SBA, who gave them the loan.
All right, hold on. Don't go away. We need to look into this, man, and you need to email us. Kachina Kalori, get him the email address so we can look at it as soon as possible. I'm Tom Martino. We're going to investigate this PPP loan fraud and talk more about your taxes and problems. If you have any questions on anything, even outside of taxes, 303-713-TALK.
At help
That's
at
not good.
troubleshooter.com.
Yeah, gosh, that's who do you even go to about that?
Okay, help at troubleshooter.com is the address.
What does he do if he didn't make the loan? If he came to you like that in trouble, what would you do?
Okay,
I mean,
great,
you do what's called a taxpayer advocate request. Yeah, because they have access to the back end stuff. I'm good, thanks, Tom.
What you gonna name that restaurant? MH08. I should have music on hold for times like these.
Good God.
I'm afraid me and the tune bucket are not friends.
Yeah, it's a really, really, really boring morning. Like, callers are just all really whiny and very.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Shannon and I were like very quiet. Meanwhile, everybody on YouTube is like, everybody's so quiet
There we
today.
go, News Junkie.
Mark's not here to stir things up.
Yeah,
I
true.
told him he should come in on the VMix link while traveling.
I don't know. This is a dilemma. I have that stupid appointment in Littleton, but then I have flowers I'm supposed to pick up. I'm going to be slammed.
You should just have the flowers delivered. Save yourself the bullshit. And you gotta pay $50
Right now, if I didn't set it up right now, I have it waiting for me at this. I wonder if they can deliver it.
Yeah. Yeah. That way they could just be sitting there, or could be there.
It's
You'll pay a premium.
God, I know where it is. I don't know their. Hold on. Happy Canyon. Oh, you're right. Haven't delivered yet. Happy Canyon.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
There it is. Happy Canyon. Oh, hold on.
If I bought that for my husband, he'd kill me.
How old is your dog?
Huh?
How old is your dog?
It's not my dog,
Oh.
but a friend got one.
Oh.
She's got her first job out of college. She was alone in the city, and she got a dog. She's my stepson's girlfriend.
Grabbing some coffee
She
with
adopted it from a shelter, which
All right, 15 seconds, guys.
First Talk Station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Check. That's check. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. We are going to talk about anything on your mind, and we do have some things to talk about. First, fraud. Okay, what I'm saying is whenever the government tries to do something good, people want to turn it into something bad. We're talking about the PPP loans. You know, the PPP loans, the Payroll Protection Program,
Much appreciated.
were loans
in
that
this
people
country.
took out, and then if they use them to retain employees through the pandemic, they would not have to pay back the loan. And so Steve Sizik with Larson Tax Relief, by the way, says a lot of businesses are now being audited because of it to see if they were legit, because a lot of people cheated. And Steve, people cheated in what way? Did they cheat, for example, just totally making up employees, or how did they cheat mainly when they do cheat?
I think typically they had a business, and then they inflated the value of the wages that were being received.
So they collected more money than they actually paid out.
Right. Secretary was making $250 a year kind of thing, you know.
Okay, so they would literally borrow money and not pay it back. Was there a limit?
No, not in the early days of COVID. They were cutting checks. I mean, as long as there was some oversight at the bank level, but once the bank stamped it, that check was cut from the SBA, and that was kind of that. You signed under penalty of perjury, and off you went.
By the way, if you are being audited and you did it the right way, Larson Tax Relief, they handle that as well as back taxes and tax audits and all that. Now, Mark called while we were talking about PPP loans. And by the way, you can call about anything you want, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. But Mark called and said he found out that his name was on a PPP loan and he never took one out. Now, Mark.
Yes, sir.
How did you first get wind? Did you say a collection agency?
The scratch services sent me a letter stating that I basically took out a loan, it defaulted. They basically Cross River Bank in New Jersey.
Yeah, but I don't think the government. Hold on. If you took out a PPP loan and defaulted, wouldn't the government be the one to contact him, or would it be the lender? So which lender? So this bank in New Jersey claimed you borrowed money from them?
Through the SBA.
Through the SBA, okay.
I did send it to you guys.
All right. And Kachina, did you forward that to me?
She's working.
I'm looking for it here. I don't see it.
And my credit was locked in 2019, so how they went through and got a loan.
Okay. Let's see if I got it here. No, I just don't have it here yet. Kelly, I need to get that email he sent to us about the PPP loan. I want to see the threatening letter he got. So, Mark, go ahead and tell your story.
So I lost my credit back in 2019. So
What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean when you say you lost your credit.
I froze.
You locked it. Got it.
Well, yeah, froze, locked.
Now, why did you lock your credit?
Because I have good credit and just people doing bad things. I didn't, I pay my bills. I have a high credit score, and I just didn't want anybody. I'll open my credit when I'm ready to go for a loan, is what I figured.
Okay. So how did they get, when they got a PPP loan, do you know how much it was for?
Yeah, $20,575.
Okay. And what did they What did they say they used the money for? Did you look at the application at all?
I can't. So here's another thing too. You call the bank or you call the Small Business Administration where the loans are supposed to go through. You can't get the program has been shut down, and so you get nothing. You call the numbers on the I've got writing all over it when you see it, but I've called numbers and you get shut down. I mean, the only thing left to do is file fraudulent things through basically the people that gave you the loan.
Well, if you didn't do the loan, you don't have to worry. What is the collection agency threatening to do to you?
I've only received one letter from them, and that's just basically saying that the loan is defaulted on, and that's basically all. The only
Kelly,
thing
did you send that to me yet? Because I'm not getting it.
I don't have any email yet from Mark.
Mark, we didn't get an email from you, man. Where'd you send it?
Well, I sent it to help@troubleshooter.com.
Okay. Huh. All right.
I can send it again. I'll send it through. Let me. I sent it to me also. So let me open it and I'll send it to you again. But yeah, I've been waiting to call you guys because I wasn't quite sure how to go.
Well, are they threatening? That's why we want to see what the collection actually says. Are they threatening legal action? Because they're not going to be successful. They have to come here to sue you.
I don't, that's the whole thing. They have to show, I only have 2 bank accounts. They have to show where it was deposited.
No, you're never, you won't get in trouble, but I'd like to know how someone got all your information.
Especially since I froze my credit.
All right, hold on a
Did I get it
second.
yet?
Put him on hold, and we'll come back to him when I get the email. And then Kelly can talk to him off the air about getting it. And right
All
now...
I just got it. I'm sending it to you right now,
Good.
Tom.
I want to talk to Jose right now about solar. Jose, what's going on?
Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Good. What's going on with you?
So I bought a house that had solar panels on it. We did the closing. We moved in, everything. But now I need to do like a service transfer into my name. But I come to find out that the solar panel, they weren't being bought. They're being leased. So it's a
Wait a minute. And they
lease.
did not disclose that to you when you bought the house?
So I knew that the solar panels were on there. I mean, obviously.
Yeah. Hold on. You knew they were on there, but did you know that it was leased?
No, I was under the impression that they were being bought. And I was willing to assume the purchase of them. But now I find out it's just a 25-year lease. And so I just want to see what my options are. I mean,
well, it depends. Listen, it depends on how your contract read. How did they specify that in your purchase contract for the property?
So it said I would assume that the solar panels, but
hold on.
I'm not too sure if it said if it was a lease or if it was purchased.
Jose.
Yes, sir.
We can't do anything until we read the contract. Okay? I'm suspecting that you agreed to it. But here's the deal. If you did not, then you can tell that company to come and get their damn system off your roof.
Okay, yeah, because I called them today to get more information about it, and the lady was telling me, okay, look, and I asked her, well, it seems like a bad deal to me. What if I don't want the panels? She said, well, if you don't want them, then we'll have to go after the owner, the guy that signed the lease, and because he's responsible for payment, not you.
Well, hold on. This is complicated, but I'm going to explain this to you. If you agreed to take it over by purchase contract of that house, you're still not obligated to that solar company. That solar company can go after the seller of the house, then the seller of the house can go after you. Do you understand that? In other words, if you're obligated by contract, you're only obligated to the seller of that house. Did you get that?
Yes.
Okay, so he would have to come after you, the seller of the house, he or she, would have to come after you, and they would have to sue you if the solar company went after them. But if it was not fully disclosed on your real estate purchase contract, you can tell all of them to go to hell or go anywhere they want, but you don't have to pay.
Right.
All right, hang on, Baron.
Listen,
Listen, you need to come back to us after you have located your purchase documents. Look, at the title company will have them. The real estate people will have them. You should have a complete set of closing documents, and we'd be happy to have someone look them over like our real estate attorney for you. 303-713-8255. We're here to help you solve problems. And don't forget, regenerative medicine, Denver Regenerative Medicine, they do stem cell therapy, which is an awesome alternative to surgery. And I've told you I'm looking into it myself. That's denverregen.com. Get a free consultation with a real stem cell doctor. Call to arrange it. That's 833-STEM-GEN.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. EPI can cause...
All right, you're up next, Tom. 10 seconds.
Pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
The best water heater in the business, the best water heater deal. Either Rheem or A.O. Smith, so we're not talking junk. You know, both of them under $1,400. First of all, $12.99 for a 40-gallon fully installed, or for a 50-gallon, $13.99, and that includes taking out the old one. And it's all guaranteed and fully done. EuroPlumbingColorado.net, the best deal ever. EuroPlumbingColorado.net, 303-668-6844. Call before they run out. That's 303-668-6844. Hey, another great deal. You can have Made in the Shade window coverings come over, and they can give you a free estimate after measuring everything in your house, no matter how big it is. You get a free estimate. If you decide to go with them, and you should, because they have products from all the major brands, and they guarantee their installations. If you go with them, they order it, come and install it with their in-house team. They even have temporary window coverings if it's going to take a while to get there. They're great people. You ought to check them out. Made in the Shade is the name of the company. You can go to referralist.com and look for Made in the Shade, or call 720-458-6566, 720-458-6566. Okay, no one likes to talk about personal injury because you always think it's not going to happen to me. Then it happens, and then you don't know what to do about it. I'm going to tell you what to do. You call John Fuller and notice the difference. He has pledged to take only as many cases as he personally works. You're never just a number with John Fuller. You're a first and last name. You're a person. He'll talk to you about your case and go over it. If you decide to hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis and never out of pocket money ever. Also, you'll get his cell phone number, personal cell phone number, and he'll talk to you about your case and keep you updated. myaccidentlawyer.co. The guy who takes your case personally and handles it after going over it with you. 303-597-4500. These bigger firms are bigger because they have more attorneys and more offices and a call center and all of that. Now, no matter what, the bigger they are, the smaller you are. Don't be a number. Call John Fuller, 303-597-4500.
Made in the Shade. Did I miss it? I may have missed it.
Okay, so you sent it to me.
Or did he miss
Here it is. Here's the letter. Now, do you want me to send it to you? Do you want me to send it to you? Do you have your email?
I have it up. Yep, you can send it to me. It's just
Okay, so let me see.
that's my last name.
Shit, I have to download it first. Okay, hold on. Let me get it to you. I should have your email here, for God's sakes, but I don't know. Let's see. I would think I looked before. Steve Sizzik.
It's SCIZIK.
SC.
We'll call him Remy.
Z.
Huh?
Z is in zebra.
Oh, SZ.
No, S C is in cat.
Okay. SC.
Cat, iguana, zebra, iguana, kite. Z. I.
And then
At Larson Financial.
it's just that? CZ? Okay. Okay, add. Okay, got it. I was waiting for it to autofill.
Yeah.
And Larson is with ON, right?
Yeah, it's been dash financial, yeah. Larson. You're all good.
I just can't believe I don't have it autofilling. Okay, there you are.
Yeah.
Okay, why didn't... Okay, now it's letter. And let me just find it now. Here it is, okay. Now let's see what that means to you. It says self-employed individual. I think they're bullshitting him
Yeah.
just to get him to pay.
Well, look at that.
PPP loan information. 20,000 loan approved in 8/4/2020.
Was it sent then by the bank to a collections agency? Is that
See,
kind of
no,
what went down?
their scratch services, they have a P.O. box, and they're looking to collect.
Yeah, a P.O. box. Let me see here. There's fraudulent notices all the time, right?
This letter, I mean, God, and then look at down here, and he made these notes. It says, this letter is to advise you of the default terms you obtained from Cross
All right, 15 seconds, guys.
Bank is due immediately.
The Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. All right, we got this collection notice from a place called Scratch Services, and they're claiming that Mark took out a $20,575 PPP loan and never paid it back. Cross River Bank. I'm wondering if we should take this over and have somebody call Cross River Bank and call Scratch Services and try to get to the bottom of it. This is way too complicated. But they're saying the money's due immediately unless it's been excused. So I don't get it, man. Somebody did use your name probably. But
Hey,
whether...
Tom?
What's that?
On Channel 7, how I knew this letter, I think, is legit, is Channel 7 did a story on it, on another guy that was here in Colorado that ended up getting hit on it also.
Well, what does that? Why does that mean it's legit?
Well, they went ahead and followed through. He wasn't getting any answers, and they were able to get. I don't know if that makes it legit.
Well, no. What I mean is, did he end up owing the money?
No, he did the same situation as me. Never took out a loan. Never, I lost money during the pandemic, and it would have been nice to have, but same situation.
It's not you. That's right. You didn't take out this loan. So what we need to do is find someone to work on this in our staff here. I think I would give this to Deputy Smarty Pants and have him look and see if this bank will talk to him, and then maybe do a conference call with you on the line and get to the bottom of it. Have you ever called this bank?
Like I said, the numbers that you call, I mean, even the number on the 201 number on the bottom, that's 808-7000. I've tried calling it. You don't get through to any of it.
Well, let's just see. Is there a real Cross River bank to begin with? Did you look it up? Did you look it up, Steve?
No, that's a good question.
I'm going to look it up. Cross River Bank, financial services company, and it is in New Jersey. It's a financial services organization. And is it legitimate? It says it's an excellent consumer satisfaction score. I mean, I don't know. Is it yes, they have an SBA lending program. So that's true. So maybe they're legit, the bank, but
yes,
somebody went there and ripped them off. Or there's somebody with the same name.
So if I had my credit, but look at the other letter I sent you. Location, Arvada, Colorado. The other letter gives everything, all that information for the $20,575. That's me.
Right, but where did they deposit the money?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Like I said, I have two bank accounts, and one's personal and one's business. It didn't go into my business. I've had the.
You should call. Hold on. They have an SBA loan number here. You should call them. You're the one that should call right now. I mean, I'll get Deputy Smarty Pants to work on it with you, one of our people, but you need to call right now. You can call the SBA. They have the loan number right there, and just research it.
You can't get through.
Huh?
You can't get through.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Have you ever called the SBA? Of course you can get through.
Well, see, okay, so I was going to file a complaint with the SBA. The SBA wants my social. When I go in and it's like, why do you need my social? I'm going to go and file a fraudulent claim against
Mark, if you don't cooperate with them, they can't help you. If you get a hold of the SBA, give them your social if they want it. They're going to try to research it.
It was all online.
Was it the real SBA?
Well, whatever you bring up online.
SBA.gov?
I was going to file a complaint with the. I was going to file the complaint with them, but then they wanted my social, and I
Which
figured
you should give them. You should give them. Listen, man, SBA.gov is for real. You can give them your social.
Gave the loan out.
Huh?
They're the ones that gave the loan out.
I understand that, but someone scammed them. So, if you're not going to give your social out, then we're done. We can't help you.
I would be happy to give them my social. Okay. I don't have a problem giving them my social. When I was looking at and filing the stuff, I was figuring I'd wait till they come after me. And then we can run social, we can run bank accounts.
You know what? That is another way to do it. Hold on. That is another way to do it. Wait until they come to sue you for it, because they won't be able to. They won't, because it's not you. I mean, you'd still have to show up in court and prove it. I mean, not prove it. You'd have to show up in court and say, look, I never took out the loan. Where was it deposited? I just thought you wanted to do that, or, you just wanted to do that before to keep that from happening.
I would recommend it. This thing called mitigation. You have to act on your own behalf. And so by sitting around and saying, hey, it's not my problem, you're kind of, poking the bear. So it's a good idea to go ahead and file the form And then you said your credit's locked. The only thing they can do is, hit your credit, say that you didn't pay a bad debt, but you don't have that problem either. So if you file this form, you should be fine.
Listen, there's a loan number and everything. You could find out if this was legit, but I would do it by phone. And let me see. Do they have a phone number here? Hold on a second. Do they have a phone number? See, they don't like giving out phone numbers, do they, here? Damn, where are their phone numbers? Where did you get the phone number for them?
I believe I looked it up online. I'm looking on the paper right now and stuff I've got written down here on the paper. I mean, I would be more than happy to fill out their paperwork and give them my social and everything. I just didn't want to give them any more information than what they already have.
Is there a place where did you find a place to submit a complaint? Because I don't see it.
Well, that's under, if you look at the SBA the OIG hotline, theft ID or ID theft, and that's the Office of Attorney General. And then there's the PPP ID theft inquiries at SBA.gov. Oh, the SBA, it's 1-888-397-3742.
And what do you get when you call that?
You get stuck in the recordings.
Okay.
It's recording hell.
All right, listen, here's the deal. We will have, I'm going to put Deputy Smarty Pants on it to talk to you. His name is Marty. I want him to start out to talk to you. Maybe what we do is contact the bank first with a conference call with you. So hold on, and we'll get you that information. Hang on. And we'll tell you what we need from you. This is a mystery, folks. Someone took out a PPP loan in his name. And by the way, for all you know, someone took one out in your name. You're never going to know until they come collecting it. But there was massive fraud going on during the pandemic. So you may be called upon to prove the tax credits you took or the PPP loan you took. And LarsonTaxRelief.com, they handle that kind of stuff as well as regular audits and taxes and all of that. We have some other texted questions I want to take on taxes coming up. So stay tuned, 303-713-8255. Harris Family Law. I like talking about them because they do estate planning as well. You may not have known that. You may think they just do divorce. By the way, they do estate planning apart from divorce or in conjunction with divorce. If you need a will, you want to do a trust, or you need trusted people to talk to, harrisfamilylaw.com for your estate planning, 303-515-5000.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com.
Fairly typical driving throughout the Denver Metro with one major hiccup. Over on the northeast end of town, I-270 eastbound at Vasquez, we've got reports of a major accident with a significant stop and go back from I-76. Folks heading east to the Commerce City area will have to add about 11 minutes extra to their commute. I-25 north and southbound, no complaints into and out of downtown. Down on the south end and off highway, we have reports of an accident in the right lane, Hampton eastbound after Knox Court. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, cloudy skies for the rest of the day, rolling in with highs in the mid-40s. Overnight low of 15 with snow starting around midnight. The current temperature in Denver is 46. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hiring is hard. Luckily, there's Indeed. The hiring platform makes
Are you coming up next, Tom? 10 seconds.
candidates from the same place. Just sponsor a job. You'll immediately get a short list of quality candidates on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit to get started.
When you want an auto repair or regular maintenance, whether it's urgent or you need to plan it out, you want Sheridan Auto Tech. They have convenience and value, honesty, integrity, knowledge, and they treat people like family. And they also have a separate electrical department because electrical issues are really, really above and beyond most mechanics' skill set. But at Sheridan Auto Tech, you have it all. Repairs, maintenance, electrical issues. On Colfax, just west of Wadsworth, that's SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242.
Did you get him to deliver it? No. They want to do it? Jeez. You have to call him, just name drop yourself. I mean, you should take advantage of these things. Like, look. You kind of running today.
Okay.
I'll be back. Maybe.
Or I think you can get like, well, I'm probably getting a little too cute now if I have Uber pick it up for you or whatever. I think they do that too. There are ways. Smarter, not harder. I work with Harris a lot, and they just, I swear to God, everything's always like, it's due at 3 o'clock. Can you do this full financial analysis for us? And I'm like, no. Like, why didn't you ask me yesterday? That would have been nice. Like, what am I doing? All right, well, I got to get my paralegal to do this while I'm gone on the road or whatever. Oh, yeah, you need to appear as an expert witness on that, too. What? Oh. So while you're getting flowers, I'll be looking at somebody's financial. See where their ex-husband is hiding all his money, which is always fun.
I wonder if those two are playing the same game.
Kids. Hey, Kachina, was Eric Reinemer available to talk about paying your kids or
How
not?
can I help you?
Okay. I might have to do it.
Hello? Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Martino Show. How can I help you?
15 seconds.
About a what? Sorry?
.com.
For windows, siding, doors, and more, K&H Home Solutions has what you're looking for.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So we were also talking about some other things like paying your kids and how you get away with it. As I said, if you Google it, if you look on TikTok or you look on Instagram, and I'm not saying these are credible sources, but there are even some accounting firms that talk about hiring your children, your minor children even, and if they can do a function, you can pay them, and you can decide to overpay them. You can pay them $12,000 per year tax-free. You see, you're going to pay them this money anyway, right? Probably in goods and services, and you know what I'm saying. You're going to give your kids money. You can give them money now and deduct it. Now, I'm not telling you this. I'm reading some of these things on the internet. You want to hire your child, you give him something to do, and you pay him $12,000. If you hire your son to stuff envelopes and your daughter to update your website, you get to lower your income in your business by $24,000 by paying them each $12,000. And if your kids don't make any other money, they don't even have to file a tax return, which means they don't pay any income tax on that, yet you get to deduct the business's wages under taxable income. Think about that. Now, we're going to look into it. We're going to get one of our accountants to talk about it. It might have to be tomorrow, but we've been talking about this. Now, Steve, have you heard of such a thing, or is this the first time you're hearing about it?
First time I've heard of it. We talked about it off air.
Right.
It seemed to. I asked some questions. We seemed to check some boxes. My major thing is, if you got a 12-year-old, you got some child labor laws you're running into. I think there's some things we would have to flesh out.
In fact, you can pay your kid $12,000 for salary and put $6,000 for them into an IRA and deduct $18,000 for that one child, and they do not have to pay tax on any of it. Now, I'm telling you, folks, if you want to look it up, you look it up. Yep. I am only reading this, and it shocked me. But think about if you had 3 kids.
It seems like a pretty good idea. If there's got to be something, though. Anytime something sounds too good to be true, there's got to be something.
But if you had 3 kids, if you could write off $18,000 per child.
Per kid from your business, as long as it's a properly established business.
Right.
Yeah.
Give them a 1099. They never have to report it.
Yeah. That's interesting. I'd love to hear
and
what CPA would
if
say.
you don't control their time, manner, or way of doing business, and they do it anytime they want, there is no W-2 involved.
Right.
Randy, you have a question about a car accident. Go ahead, Randy. How can we help you?
Yeah, so I was rear-ended by a drunk driver night before last.
Uh-oh.
And she was underage. She hit me, and then whenever I got out, she just left the house like a block behind where she hit me at.
How old was this drunk driver?
20.
Okay.
But the lady that she left her house, she came running out, was telling me, "Oh, please don't call the cops. She's been drinking. She's underage." And then another kid came out.
Well, when
from
you
the
wait,
house, jumped in the car.
underage, you said she's 20. What do you mean underage? Oh, you mean not 21, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now listen, Randy, you may have a case against that woman who was letting her drink in her house. Did you know that?
I was kind of hoping, because they came out to the car accident. The kid jumped in the car and backed the car up to their house, and then I called the cops. They didn't show up for like 35, 40 minutes, and that lady ended up going back to their house, so they left the scene of the accident.
Wow. So wait a minute. Was the girl that did this ever arrested for driving under the influence?
No, the cops told me they couldn't do it because she went home.
Wait a minute. So you had no one to go after?
Nope.
Where's the car?
Car's still sitting in front of that house.
And the cops wouldn't even investigate?
They went over there and said that they couldn't do anything about the DUI because she went back to the house after the accident, and they could say, well, she started drinking after the accident.
I understand that, but could they at least get her for leaving the scene of an accident?
They wouldn't tell me what they got her for.
Did they get her for something?
Something, yes, but I don't know what.
How much is your car damaged?
Oh, it's totaled. It bent the frame, shoved the bumper into the
Do
bed.
you have collision coverage?
No, I have liability only.
Holy crap.
My truck's too old with too many miles.
Okay.
They wouldn't put collision on it.
And she was drunk. Okay.
Yes.
Now,
they both admitted to it. And the good thing is that I have the accident on video. It happened where my camera on my house recorded the whole thing.
did it record the woman coming out from the other house?
Yes.
See,
well,
how
it's
much?
kind of far away.
Tell me what your loss is. How much is your truck worth?
$5,000-$6,000.
Here's what I see as your problem. The big problem that I see. In order to recover this $5,000 or $6,000, you have to go after this girl and this woman. You know what? You may want to go after them in small claims court. You know, that might be...
I missed 2 days of work, and then me and my son both went to the emergency room.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. You may want to call John Fuller. In fact, if it wasn't so late, I'd try to get him on the show right now. I'm not sure if we
I called him twice.
All right, hold on.
Never heard nothing back yet.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to schedule you to talk to him tomorrow. Hold on. Because here's the deal. If you and your son are injured, you may not be injured a lot, but I want to get his take on this. Like that woman, did your son, how old's your son?
He's 19.
And he can testify that that woman came out and said, please don't call the cops. She was drinking at my house.
Yeah, she was, even my wife came running out. I called her.
All right, man. You got witnesses. You got everything. Hold on a second. Let's try to get John Fuller on for tomorrow. And don't hang up. We got more coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm.
Fairly smooth driving throughout the Denver Metro as we close out the 1 o'clock hour. One incident up on the northeast end of town, I-270 eastbound at Vasquez. We've got a crash with significant stop-and-go traffic back from I-25. About 10 minutes of delayed driving through the scene. Into downtown, I-25 northbound showing some slower traffic between 6th and Colfax. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. Fox 31, pinpoint weather. Enjoy the warmer weather while it lasts. We're looking at highs in the mid-40s this afternoon. However, clouds rolling in for snow starting at midnight, overnight low of 15 degrees. The current temperature in Denver is 45. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Mattress Firm's president here. Shop.
That's the problem. 10 seconds, Tom. You're coming up next.
Got it.
Plus, get a $300 instant gift, good towards sleep accessories. Find your dream bed at Mattress Firm. Then cozy up on your new bed, because there's nothing better than staying in.
I have a call scheduled today for Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. I talk to them often. They're helping me plan a retirement. Yes, I am hiring them on my own, but they are sponsors of this show, and I wanted you to know about it because they take elements of retirement, a 401k, an IRA, pensions, insurance, your Social Security, your Medicare, anything you have, and they help you secure your future with income and with lifestyle and all of the things you need. They show you where you're deficient. They show you where you're strong. They show you where you have redundancy. They help you save money. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, and they help secure your future. Again, they'll meet with you as many times as it takes, free of charge, for you to feel comfortable. rpcenter.com. That's rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211. Hey, if you have a property problem, like a fire, a flood, or unattended death, or some other discovery of black mold or asbestos. You need a company to get rid of the garbage, the catastrophe. They're called restoration companies. Don't let your insurance pick one. You need the good people, the people with all the EPA certifications. You need American Restoration 24/7. Remember the name. If anything ever happens to you like that, American Restoration 24/7. 8337 AMREST. 8337 AMREST. Or online at amrest247.com. That's amrest247.com. The Art of Granite's doing a sale, 20% off labor right now, in addition to all their other specials. Like, for example, all of the material is at cost for countertops. They do natural stone. As the name implies, they do granite. They do quartzite. They do quartz. They do any engineered stone, any natural stone. theartofgranite.com. You will love these people. They will do a free sink with the bathroom. They'll do a free sink with the kitchen. And now, of course, they have the sale going on, 20% off, and you can get a price on the phone, 303-386-5919, 303-386-5919. Okay, hold on, one more. Renew Home Innovations for showers in 1 or 2 days that are beautiful. American Standard fixtures and wall systems that are stone resin. Renew Home Innovations. But here's the most amazing thing with your beautiful new custom shower. 72 months to pay, no bull. No interest. 72 months plus half off labor. 303-904-2000. 303-904-2000. RenewHomeInnovations.com. Well,
like you've been doing this for a little
yeah, I know. And here's the thing, man. I think that we have this one with the rear end thing. This is a terrible situation.
Yeah. He may be. Classic sort of underinsured situation. That GoFundMe page. That's what that is. Did you get your flowers figured out, Tom? I'm worried about you.
Not yet.
You're gonna have to drive out there with your ass.
I'm going to have to go from Littleton back to here. I'm going to call them on the way to see if they can deliver.
You should. It'll work out. Don't wreck your car.
This PPP loan, man.
Dude, that's. I wonder if that's going to be a thing because I think these fraudsters, once they find a bank, I bet you they hit them with a ton of those. This is like this bank's not asking questions. Like funnel it all through this bank, and then the bank's just saying we screwed up, but we're just going to push it off to a third party, whatever scratch it is. Crazy. That's not an IRS issue. That's an SBA issue. The way that they did it. You get some guy on it, you got to track down that bank and then get somebody at that bank to answer the phone. Like, hey, you got a signature card or an application form or anything? Like, this isn't me. Clearly it's not me.
All right, 15 seconds.
Hey, it's Joe Pags coming up. Another Republican has announced running for president in 2024. We'll tell you who. That plus Mike Davis on the latest with the Hunter Biden scandal, Sheriff Mark Lamb on the border, and much more on the Joe Pags Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK. Finishing up with Larson Tax Relief. .com, 844 Larson Tax. That's the number, 844 Larson Tax. Now, the question, Steve, somebody asked by text, what happens if you're getting ready to file and you owe money? What do? And you don't have the money.
File the return. You get penalized if you don't file on time.
Do you send any money with it?
If you have money, send it in. There's also, depends on how much you owe, but you can send in a form with the installment or with the return that requests an installment agreement. And you
Do
won't
they
even get
usually
penalized.
agree to these automatic installments, but you don't get to pick the payment, do you?
Well, as long as it falls within a certain parameter, you can. So if it's $25,000 or less, you can send in this form, and as long as you're paying it off within 72 months, so you can do that math in your head.
Well,
With
that's
that
a lot
number
of
on
money,
the form.
though. Yeah.
You know, you're paying $500 a month, whatever it is, on a $25,000 loan from the government. Not that bad. You know, obviously you
Do
want
they
to pay
charge
that more.
interest?
They do charge interest. So you got to think about if you can pay it with a credit card, you're going to get a better interest rate than with the IRS.
Really?
Oh yes, yeah.
Okay, so
it's
you can
dilatory.
pay with a credit card.
Oh sure.
Then
Oh,
you
sure.
get miles.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you can pay that off quicker.
Yep.
And not have the penalty. Well, there wouldn't. Yeah, there wouldn't.
There wouldn't be any penalties because you're setting up an installment agreement.
Is there a penalty with an installment plan?
No, nope, just an interest component, but you have to be proactive. If you just file the return, you get a bunch of notices back so that you owe this money, and you don't respond and do anything about it, they will penalize you. They're going to give you 30 days to start making
So
an
first of
arrangement.
all, never not file
Right.
because then you're in trouble.
Yeah, advocate for yourself, right?
All right. We're almost out of time. Real quick though, if you don't owe money, there really isn't a penalty, or it's predicated on what you owe.
If you don't owe, you can file late. You can
Okay.
file whenever.
All right. Okay, that's it. That's 844 Larson Tax, and we are at referralist.com, and you can always call 303 Martino for help. Save all your problems for me.
All right, you clear, Tom?
See you guys.
No, you got to run.